Okay, guys, we are live. So for those listening at home, welcome to the Dungeon Musings YouTube channel. My name is Kevin Madison, and I will be your friendly, I'll be your friendly game master, or keeper, narrator. What is it here? It is, I can't remember what it's called, game master. Because tonight, now for those who are joining us live, who may have been expecting us to be continuing on with our Advanced Dungeons & Dragons game. Unfortunately, we were down a whole bunch of players today. In Canada, it's a long weekend, so we've got people who were leaving for that, and then other people who were just otherwise occupied. So, tonight... Oh, I forgot to mute this. I'm subject to my ads. Oh, no! Oh, the humanity. What we're playing tonight is going to be Modiphius and Helmgast AB's Kult, Divinity Lost. And those who are familiar with Kult will recognize that we're not going to be using it in necessarily the default setting. If you're not familiar with Kult, Kult is a modern-day horror role-playing game. That is, this is the third edition of the game. There's two previous editions of it that were put out. It's a European game, and it has a distinctly extreme setting. There are many elements in it that I'm not comfortable including in my games, certainly not in a streamed game, and for some of the players as well too. There's content in here that will not be comfortable or enjoyable for them to engage in either. However, the game itself is really, really cool, and there are elements of the setting that you can play up and ignore some of the stuff that you don't. We have made an effort at playing this game before, but this is going to be a first time playing it just on its own without it set in a different time period. So, with that introduction, let me introduce you to the people who are going to be playing tonight. We've got two regulars who are joining us for this special horror one-shot here. First up is Jeffrey.
Hey everybody, I'm Jeff, and soon to be making a new character.
Nice. And, of course, Arlen.
Yeah, hi, I'm Arlen, and like Jeff, I don't know who I'm going to be playing yet, because we're going to find out.
So the other thing, we do have one other player who will be joining us in a bit. That'll be Brent. Brent is going to be playing a lawyer. He's going to be playing a careerist character. But what I've suggested before we went live, we talked about once we found out what we were going to be playing and whatnot. I gave Jeff and Arlen two characters to choose from to create their own, individual character. One of those is an occultist, and one of them is a detective. In Kult Divinity Lost, the character creation is based kind of on an archetype system. There's a huge amount of, I think, like 20 or 26 different archetypes you can choose from. Some of which actually include some of the supernatural stuff that is in the game, but we're going to keep it pretty mundane for now. I think you guys may have had some kind of brush with the unnatural, but the setting in this adventure is going to be the everyday world. You know that there's some, I think whoever chooses the occultist believes that there is something more moving beneath the skin of the world kind of thing. But for the detective, you're probably more an occupant of the real world and aren't aware of the dark forces that may be moving, beneath it. So, of those two characters, I know both of you guys have said that you didn't have any preference one way or the other. Now that you've had time to think about it, either of you guys really keen on one of those characters as opposed to the other?
No, but I don't know. We could roll for it or something if no one really cares.
Why don't you do this, guys? Whoever, each of you roll a d10. Whoever rolls highest, you're going to play the detective.
Okay. Ooh.
Of course. Of course.
Round two.
Go ahead. Roll again. All right, Jeffrey, you are the detective. Arlen, you are the occultist. Awesome. Let me... here, if I just lost your camera there, Arlen.
Uh-oh.
Oh, you're back. Yeah, you're back. All right. So, guys, the way that the game works is it really abstracts an awful lot. You may remember from the last time we played this that the way that you make or take action in the game is by selecting moves. This game is based off of the Powered by the Apocalypse engine, so it's a story game more so than a traditional game. But this one does have some traditional game kind of elements to it. Your attributes are basically what you use to either take actions or to react to things that are happening to you. The gameplay is a little different from what we are used to in the traditional games we play, but I mean, having all of us played City Mist together, and I know you played, I think you played Apocalypse World as well too, Arlen, right? Or some version of them?
I played a couple of
Yeah.
Powered by the Apocalypse.
I know you've run, what do you call it, City Mist as well too, Jeff, so I think we're all familiar with how it's more of a conversation to find out what happens, and more so than, you know, me presenting specific objectives that you just need to defeat using your powers and stuff like that. And it's a horror game as well too. So we all know. I have Arlen, I know what your no-go areas are too, but just a reminder that if we are treading onto territory that anybody is unfamiliar with, we don't use the X card really that much on any of our other games, but for this thing, I'm going to try and be slow with introducing stuff. So if you find that we're getting into content that is not good, just do that, and we'll stop, or I'll change the narrative or break the narrative off. And that's we'll remind Brent as well too. Though I don't think I've ever seen Brent get uncomfortable with anything. He is, having known him, he's a pretty high threshold for that stuff. Totally. More so than me. Okay, so the way that we're gonna make characters is first we are going to talk about it's the way that they set it out on these little sheets. I sent you guys PDFs of these, of the occultist and the detective, and it walks you through. This is nice. It's from the Game Master's pack. They have these little handouts that come with it, and it talks you through what your background's going to be. Now, I guess the first thing is man or woman. Well, what are you guys thinking for each of your characters?
I'm going to be male.
Okay.
Yeah, I think me too.
Okay. So the detective, I'd prefer if you're just a private detective. I don't want you working for like an agency or something like that, Jeff, because I want you to be kind of on your own. And then for yours, Arlen.
Okay, I want to throw...
Oh, what was that, Jeff? Oh, sorry, Jeff. You kind of we lost your audio there for a sec. Oh, we lost you altogether. No, Jeff's having his. Oh, Jeff, try talking again here.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now. We lost you there for a little bit.
I think it's just my upload is so crap sometimes that I was just gonna throw this out there. Like it has like some of these other occupations.
Yep.
And since we're putting this in the modern world, I wanted to pitch the idea of he's a YouTube star who's like a detective. He makes a YouTube channel where he investigates stuff. Like rather than be like a police type or so he's still a detective, but it's like he's investigating these mysteries to film them for YouTube segments to post them on the internet.
Okay. There's a reason that might not work. So as long as he's not like, if he's not able to, like, if not being able to record is going to shut him down altogether, that's going to be a problem for this adventure.
I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, so just if, so long as that isn't going to be the end of the investigation, if he's investigating primarily to get footage, that's going to be a real problem with this particular adventure, which is why I wanted to just
but that might be something that he gets sucked into. Like, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, I don't necessarily see that that's the core of the character.
That's fine. Like, you know, so long as there's forward momentum with the character, that's okay. Just I don't want there to be anything that's going to create roadblocks for, you know, if he encounters horror movie tropes and is just like, well, you know, I can't record, so if I can't use any of this footage, I'm out. But otherwise, that sounds fine.
Okay.
Bam. And
for the record, I told Kevin I wanted to play a hobbit who never goes on adventures or does anything unexpected, and he wouldn't let me. So.
Yes. So what are you thinking, Arlen? They got some suggestions there.
Yeah, I was looking at the list. I was thinking theologian sounded interesting.
Okay.
Maybe like a sort of professorial role.
I'm picturing it being a little bit more. Well, no, that I can make that work. Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Okay. It's not going to be, I don't think, like, you know, a stodgy big university. It's going to be closer to the, you know, you publish fringe kind of, you know, popular material. Mm-hmm. More so than the, you know, that you're part of academia, because that's the kind of the reason why you would be out and doing this stuff. And getting involved.
Yeah,
in
makes
investigations.
sense.
Okay. All right. So the next thing you guys got to pick or think about is your dark secret. And there's some suggestions there for those. And you guys have you had a chance to look over the possibilities?
But you're saying you want us to try and choose things that aren't too in the occult world, like keep our character a little more.
Yeah, like your character is
like
not.
Don't choose Return from the Other Side or something weird like that.
I can make that work. It's not going to be like a public thing necessarily. You may have had a near-death experience, or maybe you actually were dead and came back. I'm totally fine with that. I can absolutely make that work. So one of the neat things with this game is that it the Dark Secrets is the way sort of that you get to drive the story towards more personal aspects of the story, and it gives me stuff honestly to work with as well too. And I think that there's
I'm gonna go with Strange Disappearance actually.
Okay, so let's see here. Someone close to you disappeared after getting too close to the truth. While investigating something. You have no idea what happened, but someone recently sent you cryptic information urging you to finish what your colleague started. Since your associate disappeared, you become the victim of unknown stalkers. And if you're a YouTube star, it's going to be like people appearing in chat that say strange things.
Exactly, and I'm going to go with it was like another YouTube star, and we sort of started doing some collab video series, maybe a couple videos together. And then during that, or whatever, this person has vanished, and now there's like controversy on the internet about, am I involved? What happened?
Yep.
Where is this person?
Yeah. Or they think it's just a ploy.
Right. Oh yeah. They're just trying to get views. This is a clicks thing.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
What if there's someone who keeps showing up in chat? And you keep banning them and whatnot, but they keep showing up in chat, and they keep screaming for help, saying that they're the other person.
Oh, and I just think it's someone trying to mess with me. Yeah, for sure. I love it.
Okay. What about your character? Arlen, what are you thinking?
So I was kind of thinking about some sort of, because one of them is packed with dark forces, and that sounds really neat.
Yep.
But also a lot more overt than some of the other ones. So one of the things I was wondering is, what if I combined that with the repressed memories disadvantage, and like I have some sense that I made a deal, but I don't know the details.
Sure. Yeah. Yep.
So like I know that there's like things go well for me, but I know that it's this doomed thing, but I don't know like what the contract is or what the details of the.
Oh, that's awesome. So being brought out to investigate this stuff, maybe this may be the first time you've been brought out after trying to throw yourself into the more mundane aspects of your day job, right?
Yep.
Grading grad papers or things like that. Okay, cool. So, and then the next thing we do is disadvantages, and it sounds like you've selected your first one for repressed memories.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna start writing this stuff down so I can remember to trigger it.
Oh yeah, definitely one of mine is a stalker.
Nice. Okay. So repressed memories, let's see here. So the way that, for those listening at home, the Dark Secrets really kind of just set up it's a story element that the players get to put into play. The disadvantages are actually things that have mechanical components to them. Like they actually come into play during the game and can have a negative effect on the character. For instance, the repressed memory, in situations associated with the memories, we make a roll, which is 2d10, and then we see what happened and how that affects the character. So that's gonna be pretty cool. It's kind of neat, like the way that from the way we played the last couple of times. The way that I like, the thing I like about this particular game is it feels like I'm thinking of the moves more as like buttons you're pushing, where it's like, okay, now let's, this has come up, so we'll do this, and then see how that affects the story. And then if something comes from that, we'll have to hit more buttons as we go. But it's an interesting way of just like introducing, you're not just introducing a specific effect into the thing, you're introducing a possibility or a twist. And I like that the disadvantages do that as well. All right, so one of yours is, Arlen, was repressed memories, and you said stalker. Nice.
Yeah. And I'm going to go with drug addict for the second disadvantage.
Okay. So let's see.
I'm thinking he's just lived such a busy life. It's probably like speed, something to keep him awake.
Yep.
Speed, whatever. Maybe a bit of cocaine when he records parts of his videos to sort of get that real crazy character thing that he likes to have in his videos.
Okay. And Arlen, what are you thinking for your character's second disadvantage?
I was thinking nightmares.
So recurring nightmares. Yeah, that totally makes sense.
Because that's sort of a classic, oppressed horror character thing. And B, I was thinking that's probably tied to why, despite not kind of like remembering having repressed the details of the pact, that's part of why I believe that it like actually exists.
Yeah.
Is because every, when I sleep, I have kind of visions or dreams or whatever about this thing. And that's why I kind of feel like, even though I can't really grasp what I did, I know that it's real and that I have to do something about it.
Sure. Okay. I want you to think of the name of one of the books you wrote as well, too. Okay, so then, next thing we get to is now we're turning to the plus side here, guys. Now we're talking about advantages. So if you turn to the second page of the character creation thing, or the sheets, you get to select 3 advantages from that list. Okay, and I'll let you guys take a look at that. I want to quickly double check. Oh, so I was thinking about how XP works in this again. I want to refresh my memory that it isn't. Here we go, Dark Secrets. Awesome. The game, it does give really good suggestions for, like we talked about on the channel before about games that feel that they've got good mechanisms for keeping the game and story in motion. And there's some neat stuff in here, like there's an intrigue map that the DM is supposed to, or Game Master is supposed to kind of keep track of as you're adding more and more characters to keep track of sort of what the different relationships are to them, particularly when you've got like secrets and things like that going on behind the scene. Okay. Let's see here. Have you guys made your selections? You got at least one?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the first advantage I took is fast talk.
Fast talk, nice. So
just linked to coolness.
Nice. So whenever you talk to an NPC, you get to make this. Oh, cool. Awesome. Okay. Arlen, have you made one selection?
Yeah, I was thinking Thirst for Knowledge seems like a great way to push my character to go deeper into history.
Gain +1 stability. Okay, cool. All right. Stability is what you use when you're trying to keep it together as well, too. That's the sort of the game's equivalent of like sanity or stability checks or things like that. Jeffrey, you got your second one?
Yep. Interrogator.
Ooh, interrogator. Whenever you read a person and mention a name, person, or object, you may always ask, "Are you lying?" Nice. That doesn't count.
I love how it just kind of suits the character. Like maybe that's why he's got some pop. He's done some really good interviews on his YouTube channel that really sort of built his.
Yeah. Cool.
His following.
Okay. Arlen, you got another one for your character?
A cult library seems like an obvious choice.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's super cool. Yeah, yeah, that's awesome. Love it.
And the last one is instinct.
Instinct. Whenever you observe a situation and act on the GM's answers, take +2 instead of +1. Pretty cool. Okay, and then Arlen, what about your last one?
I cannot decide between Dreamer, which seems like that would be an interesting kind of twist on the nightmares. If when I don't have nightmares, I have this kind of ability to like sense the outer world, or enhanced awareness, because that seems like it would be good too, to say that like when I'm asleep I'm not in control, but when I'm awake I'm in control and I have some sort of sixth sense for this stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Which feels like it fits more with, like, I guess, one of the things that you're playing up is that he has, with his repressed memories, there are hidden depths to him. So it's possible that the dreamer may speak more to the sort of the elements of his what he got out of the pact that he didn't remember.
I like that. That the dreamer is also sort of related somehow to the, like, that's part of the bargain.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, let's do that.
Cool. Okay, so then, guys, you need to modify your attributes. So the saves, you get the passive attributes: fortitude, reflexes, and willpower. One of them is at +2, one of them is at +1, and one of them is at +0. So go ahead and select that, and the character sheet helpfully tells you what move they're associated with. Okay. And now that we've learned even more creepy stuff about your characters, I think I can safely go into more of the... Let's see here. Is this the one I want? That's a little too relaxed. How about this one? Yeah, that feels about right.
So I went with willpower 2, reflexes 1, fortitude 0.
Okay, nice. Then you get to assign for your active attributes. And then you can see on the sheet there, one's +3, then one's +2. Two of them are +1 each. Then a +0, -1, -2. Okay. All right. Cool. Arnold's got his done. Nice. Big in reason, big in soul, low in intuition.
Oh, I messed up with coolness needs to be. There we go.
There you go.
All
okay.
right, but yes, I'm big in reason and not good at dealing with people.
Okay, nice. All right. While you guys are adding those in, I'm going to quickly look and see how your disadvantages actually work. Oh, awesome. In the first game session and whenever you expose your current location. That's when I get to roll for Stalker. That's fantastic. Oh, man. And then Drug Addict. I don't remember what Hold is. One thing I will say is that the reference section, the index at the back, is really not good. It's just random, it's lists of specific things that we already know. So it basically just duplicates the way that the book is kind of laid out, which is not helpful when you're trying to find a specific topic. All right, let me check something here. Now I think, let's see here. Then the other thing you guys need to do, you need a name, and you aren't going to have any relationship just yet. I don't think you guys know each other just yet. But you're going to take a look at the suggestions they have for looks as well, too, so we can get a real good picture. And as is always the case, too, if you guys have casting in mind for your characters, please feel free to add a photo of whoever you're casting your character as into the...
I did that.
Oh, did you already? Oh, nice. Who'd you cast him as?
Charlie Day.
Oh, nice.
I even got a picture of him where he's like doing a podcast or something.
Oh, I got a... Oh, wrong character. Hold on here. Nice. Yeah, that's great. Okay.
Let's see.
Okay, let me check it. There we go. I'm just going to see if I can find what... I should have cross-reference hold for me here. Let's see here. That's not Dark Secrets, it's Disadvantages. Here we go. Okay. I may spend hold to make a move for your addiction. Oh, interesting. For example, you cannot resist the drug, run out of drugs, become indebted to a dangerous person, put yourself in danger while under the influence of drugs, or ruin something important to you, like a relationship, while under the influence. That's cool. Okay. I mean, not cool, but it's an interesting way for me to introduce some DM bullshittery. I do like, as much as I'm kind of fed up with the randomness of the Fantasy Flight Star Wars dice mechanics, I do like the express invitation for DM bullshittery that the game affords. And then let's see here, for the occultist, let's see here, you said it's repressed memories and... What was your other disadvantage, Arlen?
Nightmares.
Oh, and nightmares, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, that's super cool. So any scene where you sleep, you could both have horrific nightmares or wake up with the truth.
Yep.
That's
cool.
That's
why I was thinking it would be cool to take Dreamer.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that's super cool. Situation. Okay, amazing. All right. So then, and you got what do you?
I cast Marcus Boyd as Michael Fassbender.
Nice.
But you have to imagine him less handsome and charismatic, like real Michael Fassbender, because he's doing like weird occultist kind of creepy Michael Fassbender.
Got it. He's gaunt. It's like Michael Fassbender.
Yeah, he's lost a lot of weight, and his hair is kind of grown out in a really like shaggy, not very unkempt way, and he's
Love it. Okay.
Sorry, what's your occupation that you chose?
I'm a theologian.
Oh yeah, theologian. Nice.
Okay. All right. So I think let's see. I think that's everything. Oh, so then the other thing we need to decide too is, and this is going to be, we didn't use this last time we played this, but I thought we'd throw it in here, and that is Fang Dragon. No, it's not a Fang Dragon. Guys, why would you think it'd be that? Come on. Okay, it's in the players section. Dramatic hooks. So a dramatic hook is a player request for their character to take a certain action during the story. During each game session, each player should have 2 dramatic hooks for their character. At the beginning of the first session, the player gets to choose 2 dramatic hooks on their own. In later sessions, the PC receives dramatic hooks from the other players and the GM. At the end of a session where she's fulfilled a dramatic hook, she asks the other players to think of a new one. When the dramatic hook is fulfilled, you get 1 experience point. And examples are like, you should visit the place where your kidnapper took you, or you should reveal your infidelity to your wife. So what do you guys think? We don't know enough about these, about each other's characters just yet, so I'm assuming that's why the first 2 dramatic hooks have to come from you guys. But do you have a sense? Do you have something that you think you would want to see in tonight's session?
So I would like to see, knowing the name of whatever I made the pact with, not knowing that I made the pact with it,
okay,
but knowing the name at some point, like to see, like to be running my fingers through the page and the camera pauses on the name,
yep,
and it doesn't mean something to Marcus yet, but it
okay,
significant.
Know the name of his pactor, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have one there, Jeff?
I don't know, like, about necessarily stuff for today, but, like, I guess one hook would be, like, for the character overarching is, you should put together a video about, Steven's disappearance. Steven is the name of the other YouTube star.
Okay. Okay. And Marcus, what is your second one?
I'm gonna let Jeff go first.
Okay.
We'll do serpentine order.
And you guys can feel free to introduce other characters as well too. You know, like the thing that I think is one of the reasons why, you know, in spite of finding some of the material a little extreme for my taste, the thing I really love about the game and why I keep coming back to it is for this kind of stuff. You know, is being able to see you're consciously thinking about what your characters are going through, so you're shaping sort of the emotional experience that you as a player are going to take this character through. And the way that I described how the GM is supposed to keep track of a map and whatnot, we can use that, right? Like this is how you introduce new characters. If you choose to, I can introduce them as well too. But if you want to have someone who's important to you or whatnot, like I can tell you that if I was drawing out this map for long-term use, right, I'd have my little line going from you to there to disappearance. You know,
yeah.
And then other things may come up from that, right?
So I have 2, and I'll let you choose which one you like better.
I'm gonna let Arlen choose which one.
Okay, sure. And they're both connected to my disadvantages. So for my stalker, it is you need to find the real world name of this person. So like I'm being stalked online, and I need to get their real name so that I can actually get a restraining order or whatever I need to do against this person in the real world. So that's one of them. And the second one is you have to find a new drug dealer. My current drug dealer, I don't know, we've had a lot of bad ins and outs, and like he's too pushy. He's always pushing stuff on me. He's always trying to get me to hook him up with other, you know, mild B-level celebrities that I know. And he's just, I need someone new to get my crap from because he sucks.
What do you think, Arlen?
I think the second one sounds interesting, and I suspect that there will be moves towards the first one anyway. So I feel like the second one opens kind of an interesting branching story.
Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
So you have to find a new dealer.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Marcus, what's your
So I think, what if Marcus is married, but he's been living separately because of the nightmares? He's come up with an excuse to live separately, so he has to come clean with his wife about that he's unable to, about what it is, right? He's told her a lie, and now he has to tell her the truth.
Okay. You can take this or leave this. I'm going to suggest that she lives in Boston, but you do not.
Okay. Yeah.
Because you're coming to Boston.
Cool. Well then, yeah, and it could be, yeah, depending on how long it's been, if they've been apart for a while.
Sure.
That totally fits.
For Nick, you do not live in Boston either. I picture you're located somewhere else, but you're coming to Boston as well too, and you probably don't have any friends here or any contacts here. So that will give you an opportunity likely to engage your thing too. So let me get your characters out here. Okay. Marcus, and I'll just put the names down. Okay, so you know what we'll do, guys, is why don't we collectively make Brent's character quickly here too. I told him I was going to create the character for him so we can all do this together. Let me flip you. Flip you the, because I'll bet you he'll be on as soon as we get going.
I actually have the book open.
Oh, do you? Okay, hold on here. It's the.
What did you say he was going to be?
He is going to be a careerist.
Careerist.
Yeah,
okay.
He's going to be a lawyer. So,
Nice.
which you two? Actually, if you guys don't mind, which you two would like to fill in the character sheet for us?
I can, if you've got the stuff open, I can fill in the character sheet and let Jeff make the decisions.
Yeah, that sounds good. And then give you 2 cents if you like as well. So his archetype is going to be careerist. His occupation is going to be lawyer. His dark secret. So the dark secrets to choose from are curse, guilty of crime, occult experience, pact with dark forces, or responsible for medical experiments. That one's a little too into the realm of the unusual, and we've already got pact of dark forces in play. So maybe one of these other ones, guilty of crime, a curse, or an occult experience. What do you think?
What if we go a little supernatural with him and say he's got a curse?
Yeah.
Sure. Afflicted with a curse, knowingly or not. The curse has started influencing your life, and you must find a way to get rid of it. The curse may have been inherited or may brought yourself through your actions. Yeah, that's great. Cool. Okay, so his dark secret will be curse.
So, like, maybe, like, someone he put away or someone he failed to protect. Like, he lost a case or he won a case.
Could be
and
from...
it's like the grandmother of the kid, like, cursed him or something. You know, that
well,
kind of
he could also, I mean, if we if we want to go less Sam Raimi-ish, it's Boston. There's very, very old families there. He could have a curse that dates back generations. You know, he could be from... the person you're gonna meet, one of the NPCs, is definitely of money. And he could be from, like, one of these, you know, like, 4th generation kids who worked in a you know, prestigious law firm in Boston, but they've had a curse, you know, haunting them from all these generations. For disadvantages, one of them I see is cursed, so I'm thinking that might be a good selection.
Yeah, might as well just stay on theme there.
Okay. Other ones are greedy, haunted, liar, rationalist, or rival.
I like greedy, liar, or rival. They're all good.
What do you think, Arlen?
I was gonna say greedy or liar also. So
okay, so we got narrowed down to 2.
Let's make them. Liar can just be like.
What do we think Brent will have more fun playing?
Well, I think that Brent would like both, but I think that liar can be like counterproductive to short games if you have a character who's like. Brent might play that up a little too much, and then we're getting bad information or whatever. I think greedy is a better driver too of the character in the game.
His 2 disadvantages are cursed and greedy.
Yeah.
And then advantages. So, awe-inspiring, influential friends, network of contacts, notorious, daredevil, puppeteer, any cost, or opportunist.
Well, why don't we say I like influential friends.
Okay.
If his family's been around in the city for a long time and they've been lawyers through history, they've built up quite a few influential friends.
Yep, I buy that. 2 more.
Maybe he's a bit of a puppeteer. You know, he's the kind of person who's like trying to pull the strings behind the scenes and get everybody to do what he wants.
Sure.
To sort of drive his career forward.
Okay.
Or to, you know, win the case, whatever he needs, right?
Yep, I buy that. You got a 3rd one? Or Arlen, do you have any thoughts on the 3rd one?
I was thinking it'd be kind of fun to do like or a little a little more out there. Wasn't Daredevil one of them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whenever you're
Yeah,
entering a
that would
dangerous situation, roll perception, and then he's got edges to try and keep himself. Yeah, I mean,
That would be kind of fun and interesting for a horror game.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally.
Well, and I mean, like the not all lawyers spend all their time playing role-playing games. Some lawyers are actually physically active more often too.
Yeah, it's another thing that might help pull him into the action and pull his character into dangerous situations.
Definitely, yeah.
I'm putting notes for what you roll for the other two. What do you roll for influential friends, and what do you roll for puppeteer?
Influential friends is charisma, and puppeteer is reason.
Excellent.
Okay. Next up then is the attributes. So fortitude, reflex, willpower, 2 for one, 1 for another, and 0 for the third. And then the same options for the others, and you guys can feel free to cast him as well too. And give him a name as well. I don't think Brent will care one way or the other.
I don't know. What do you think? Willpower, reflexes, and fortitude.
You mean
the other way? Reflexes, willpower, fortitude. Yeah.
I was just putting stuff randomly, so yeah, let's do that. Willpower, reflexes, fortitude.
Yeah.
That leaves us. I think that leaves us kind of short on fortitude as a party, but
I mean, in all honesty, like, I think that's very normal for people.
Yeah, that's very true.
There's not a lot of real tough guys out there. And then we got okay, well, so we know we want to give him some charisma, some perception, and some reason.
Yeah.
Seems
like an intuition would be fitting with lawyer stuff, because that's read a person. So that could be our positives. Mm-hmm. And then we've got a 0 and 2 negatives.
I mean, I don't want to give him the same negatives I have necessarily.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to let Nick, you're for sure going to be able to carry a handgun. And
cool.
I'm trying to think, I might have that in the handouts, actually. Yeah, I do, in fact. There you go. So I'll move that up to easy reference here. Arlen, do you think your character would have a firearm as well?
Oh, no. He's a peaceful person.
Okay. All right.
So let's do, I think for Brent's character, I was thinking soul at the bottom, not making a joke about lawyers there, but just because.
Well, you hit me right in my. Wait, I have none.
Just because that's the sort of see through the illusion thing, and this seems like the character that's most sort of tied to the world.
Absolutely. He may not even be aware of his curse yet.
Yeah.
In fact, because Brent's not here, he probably isn't. Let's not tell him.
Well, I wrote it down so he's going to know when he opens the character.
Yeah.
And then let's do...
Let's not punish his violence. I know I put violence maybe as my lowest, and I don't know where you put violence on your character, but
I put violence real low.
If we're all heavy, real low violence, that might not be great. Plus, he's a bit of a daredevil and a puppeteer, so he's probably no...
He could be, a boxer, or, he could train with, like, mixed martial arts or something like that.
Yeah. Right, I'm just talking about not making it a major negative.
No, and I'm just giving you a story justification for it as well, too. Like, that would not be unusual for... Type A folks tend to be keeping themselves busy all the time, so if he's that kind of work hard, play hard kind of character, maybe like if you think of what's his name, Christian Bale's character from American Psycho, that's not probably far off from if he's generational wealth and he's got friends around town and stuff like that. Could be a big dude. So have we got
Anybody have any good suggestions for casting?
I don't want to say Christian Bale again. So let's... I'm trying to think of what I've been watching lately. Oh, fuck. I can't remember the actor's name is, but what about the guy who plays... what do you call it? The mechanic dude on The Expanse. The guy who... The kind of psycho?
Yeah, I know.
Throw him in a like a $2,000 suit or $10,000 suit. I can't remember what the actor's name is. I think. Let's see here.
Wes Chatham. Yeah, Wes Chatham.
Okay, can you find a picture of him?
Yeah.
Hopefully from an award show or something when he's in his.
Although my upload is really slow.
Okay.
Here, I'll do it real quick.
Yeah, there's good ones of him in suits or.
Awesome. Okay. So then, guys, first thing we're going to start off with, and I wish for those who may be listening at home who are more familiar with Boston, we are going to do the 70s TV show version of Boston because I have not had time to look up anything about it. So you're not going to see any, it will be stock shots of establishing places, and then we're going to have everything interior or street shots that will not be easily identifiable as Boston. So my apologies for not bringing the proper flavor of the city to this particular adventure. What about his name? What do we think is Brent's character's name? I imagine he's got the fourth at the end of it, but what are we thinking? What's a good, pilgrim name?
Yeah. Something like Thomas. Thomas Doyle. Something like that.
Thomas Doyle the Fourth? Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yep, that works for me. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, Arlen, for finding the picture, too. Okay. Great.
There we go. Yeah.
Okay. So then.
I love it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me.
Two sort of tough guys and then Charlie Day.
All right. Show nameplate. Here we go. So you guys can all see each other's names. Let's see here. I mean, you can see it in chat, I suppose, as well, too. Or in the avatar. But, all right. So, guys, we're going to open up first with, we'll make some of those initial rolls that we need to do at the start of the session. So, we need, let me set Brent's character aside for right now. For the occultist, I don't know if I need, nightmares are only when you sleep, and repressed memories only when you're exposed to stuff. So really, it is Nick that we're particularly concerned with here. So Nick, would you give us a 2d10 roll? This will be your drug addict thing. As a refresher, you guys are rolling all the dice in the game tonight. I don't roll anything. An 8. Ooh, boy. So I take 3 hold. So what'll I use as that? Let's see here. So I don't forget.
So he's deep into his addiction right now.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab, when we take our break, I'll go grab my, what do you call it? Some poker chips from Savage Worlds box. And use those, but I got 3 hold on you. And drugs. So it has clearly, that helps me figure out the establishing shot, or the opening scene. One sec. Ugh. Alright, and then you gotta roll the same for your stalker, please.
Oh no. Things could be starting real tough for Nick.
Yes! Yes! 3 hold
About how
for
I
your
remember
stalker.
this game going.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Didn't you almost get thrown off a train last time?
I think I did get thrown off the train and caught myself at the last second.
That's awesome. Okay, so I think that our scene, guys, will open with a overcast skies at an airport, and it is gray. It's the kind of thick clouds that seem like layered and layered and layered. It's not just an overcast sky. It looks like it really would like to either snow or rain, but it just isn't. And it's an airport. Planes are landing, people are getting off, and we're focusing more on the weary travelers and the harried, businessmen than we are any kind of like joyful reunions. Kids who are screaming as they're getting off the plane, and we see departing and carrying, I think, most of his stuff with carry-on is, of course, is Nick, and Nick is looking pretty rough right now. And you get off the plane, and you turned your phone back on as soon as you landed, and you had immediately a couple of text messages come through, and the look you've got right now has the look of someone who is haunted. You're wild-eyed. You are kind of looking around trying to find which way to go from here, and then you can feel the buzzing of another text message. Where was your phone? Back pocket or something like that?
No, he's a front pocket kind of guy.
Okay. So front pocket, you pull it out, and it's a text message that simply says, "Why are you in Boston?" And you're kind of...
He's immediately like looking around the airport, like,
yeah,
hunting to see, like, is someone looking at him? Is someone following him?
Yeah, and I mean, it's a sea of faces. What you're getting is, with the way that you're acting, spinning around like that, you've attracted the attention of some security guard.
But when he doesn't see anyone, he responds, "Who the fuck is this?"
On the text message?
Yeah, to the text message.
The text message goes off, comes back, and it's an audio clip.
I'll go see like the nearest bathroom or something and
okay, so
head in there to listen to it.
So you head in there, you smash the the door open, you race inside. There's some people coming in. Someone's helping their kid clean their hands. The urinals are all full. The stalls do seem open though. At least one of them does.
Yeah, sort of.
Okay.
Head into the stall, lock the door.
Okay. And
pull my headphones out of my travel pack or whatever, put them on,
okay,
and play the audio clip.
Okay. You click the audio clip, and we don't see, for the audience, we don't actually hear. It's non-diegetic audio. We just see your reaction. And it's partway through listening to it when you yank your headphones off. It was Steven's voice. You hear bam, 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 bam on the outside. Sir, can you step out of the stall, please?
Yeah, he's shoving all of his stuff sort of back into his bag.
Okay. Sir, now, please. If you could step out, sir.
Absolutely. And you'll open the door.
It's that same security guard who noticed you before. Having a problem, sir? He says. African-American guy. He's probably in his 50s. And he looks like he may have been like an ex-cop or something. He's, solid build. Maybe military.
Nick looks at him and smiles, and he says, just a, B-level celebrity, and he smiles. Nick, behind the curtain, Curtis. Just got a stalker issue and was worried that they were here at the airport.
Okay. Now let's see here. Are you trying to, bring it to his attention who you are?
I think a lot of, really low-level sort of celebrities like this, some of them think, people might know who I am.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's kind of one of those, right? Like
The look on his face suggests, like, unless you want to make a move, the look on his face suggests that it's not, he's not a fan necessarily, but
right.
that does seem to pacify him enough, and he sort of gestures, "If you're finished, sir."
Of course. He'll go to the sink and wash his hands and face.
And
Sort of
looking
dry
at
off.
yourself, you are chalk white, and your eyes are bloodshot. Your hands are trembling a little bit as you're moving over to open the thing.
Yeah, and
so
it's like
they're-
he's trying to act natural, and it's like, he's getting something. When he was stuffing the stuff in his bag, he's got like drugs in there. When he's like washing his hands, he like reaches in his pocket, realizes he's got some in there. He's like, shit, like this guy's on top of me. I look like a freak, and
Yeah.
I feel strung out.
Okay. Well, actually, you're dry. You're tapped dry. Well, yeah. I mean, for one, you flew, so like that's a problem. But because of you rolled 3 hold on that, for sure you got no drugs on you.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay, he's like, yeah. He's got like residue and like leftover, like empty pill cases kind of thing.
Yeah. So the and maybe we cut the cut scene we would see, I suppose, is like you going through security and like, some lady who works for TSA holding up your thing, and you're like, "I've got a bad back."
Yeah.
She tosses it in the garbage.
Yeah, because there's nothing in there anyway. So.
Yeah. So he lets you wash up, and then you head out, and you look around, and he says the exit, and he gestures over, and you're like, all right, and make your way over towards, where you can get out of the arrivals area and into the to go catch a cab because you have an appointment with someone. We also see, as you're making your way down, we see someone else walk out, and Arlen, what does Marcus look like as he gets off the plane here? And I guess the other thing is we know first off, what's his wife's name?
His wife's name is probably some Rachel Boyd, but she goes by, I'm gonna think up a maiden name that she's been going by for a while.
Okay. What does she do?
What does she do?
And do you guys have kids?
No kids.
No kids. Okay.
Maybe
By
like
choice? By choice?
Unclear.
Okay.
It's one of those kind of, it was sort of convenient for Marcus that they don't have kids.
Okay.
And yeah.
Okay.
But she's like not a nurse, but she works in a hospital doing like administrative stuff.
Okay. And all right. So she's maybe someone who's moving into more of that like hospital administration type role. Yeah. Okay. All right. Oh boy, that's got another. Thanks for the review, but I would have preferred you would have do your own. Do your own then. Easy to do. You don't like the way it's done on mine? Do your own. Okay, so then you, what do you think the situation is with Rachel right now? Have you contacted her, or have you? Does she know that you're gonna be in Boston?
Yeah, I would have contacted her because that's probably part of. I mean, that's a big reason that I'm here is to see her and try to make things right with her.
You've actually also been retained by someone. You're here on business.
Yeah. Well, that's probably why I took the job, right?
Yep.
Is that if I had like multiple opportunities, it's see my wife versus do something unrelated.
Okay. So you do you think that Rachel knew that, or like Rachel would have been tracking your arrival or things like that? Like, would you have been told her when you're getting in, or you're gonna be heading directly from the airport to this meeting? But the I mean, how she?
I think I told her that I'd be there like a day after when I actually arrive, knowing that I'll need to deal with stuff and set up, and I don't want her to kind of engage yet.
Yeah. Okay. So you,
Just, a white lie.
Sure. Yeah. So you get off and you make a point of keeping your location notifications off of your phone, maybe? Like you take a look at it and see it's still in plane mode. You quickly turn location services so that it won't accidentally say that you're, through Facebook or whatever else, say that you're here.
Yep.
Stuff your thing away and you go looking for a cab. As you, when you get to the cab, maybe cut to the cab stand, and Nick, you're in line waiting to catch a cab to be taken to this office downtown, and your phone continually buzzing, and you check the first time, and it just says from that same number that's unknown, help. And then it buzzes again about a minute later, help. And at this point, while you're waiting for the cab, it's just buzzing continuously. What are you doing?
He wants to just... I guess at this point, he's torn between blocking this number or not, right? Like he wants the evidence and the the stuff, but at the same time he's got this meeting. He's trying to communicate with his boneheaded drug dealer of setting up a hookup with someone here in Boston so that he can, get some drugs. And so he is just he needs to be on his phone, but he's distracted. So I think he's very and I think he's trying. Maybe he doesn't know Boston that well either, so he's trying to be spatially aware and catch a cab and pay attention to where he's going and not lose his luggage and all that. But his phone is just drawing him in and bringing him to that sort of screen world that he doesn't want to be right now. And so I think he's really agitated. Would be probably a good way to put it.
Okay, so I think then what happens is, you're so distracted by that it's finally this lady behind you is hey, and you look up and you realize that you're standing way back and you've been everyone else is gone and there's a cab waiting for you.
Yeah, I'll just gather my stuff and sort of run off to this sorry and run and catch the cab.
Okay. Marcus, sounds like you're going to be here a little longer. Do you think you'd rent a car?
Yeah, I think that would be a good plan. Rent a car and.
So as he hops in,
I don't know does Boston have good public transportation or not? I guess I don't know.
Your choice.
Well,
it doesn't.
Let's say rent a car because that seems good.
Yeah, if you're depending on where Rachel lives, if she lives in the suburbs, it's going to be a pain in the ass for you to be able, if you're only here for a short length of time. Getting around for whatever you need to do for this job, and you have been told that you can expense that as well too.
Oh, good.
So you get that, and you, as we see you getting into the vehicle as well too. It's probably a plain Jane, dull red sedan that you're hopping into, and when you place down your luggage in the back, you put your briefcase up in the front, or your valise or whatever in the front. We can see that there's a book sticking out of one of the pockets. And this is the book that you wrote. I told you about. What? Do you have a name for that book for us?
It is called "Engaging the Real: A Study of Occasionalism."
The Real. Studying, and what supernatural thing is it about?
So, occasionalism is the theory that materials cannot be causes of events, and so everything is caused by divine intervention, essentially.
Excellent, love it. Okay, so when we see the black and white author photo of you on the back, and maybe we see in the description, about Marcus Boyd lives with his wife and their pet, whatever, in Boston, so it's clearly from another time. And you get in, and we see you get into the vehicle, and we head off. So we cut to downtown Boston, and there's a big, big tall glass tower that the thing pulls up in front of, and the 1 second here. Actually, you pull up, and the tower has the name the Peterson Tower. S-E-N. And what you are meeting up with here is you're heading in to meet with someone from the Peterson Company, and you guys don't need to make any rolls or anything like that. You know that the Petersons are a family of old money. They have diverse holdings and whatnot. But the person that you're meeting with, Sanderson Peterson, Sanderson is, he's kind of the Paris Hilton of the Sanderson or the Peterson lines. He is married, apparently. Paris Hilton is maybe a bad example. It's just he's not. You know what he is? He's more of the not to get political, but he's like a Jared Kushner kind of type, where he's a younger kid who's kind of a little out of his depth in what he's doing in the family business kind of thing. Where he's been managing some small properties and stuff like that for the Petersons, but he's also got a bit of a lifestyle to him as well too. He's a bit of a celebrity, more in the low culture type, as opposed to someone who's trying to hide themselves in the the elite of society. You know that you've got a meeting with him, Nick. So we see you go into this thing. You're obviously a little out of place in this place of business, but you are shown through by security. You bring your, what I imagine is a fairly, loud-looking suitcase, and you head on up. And about that time, we see you, when you're heading up, shortly thereafter, Marcus, you park your vehicle underneath the Peterson building, and you head on up. Both of you guys are heading to the 35th floor, where you're going to be meeting with Sanderson. So, Sanderson, the Sanderson's office at least is, if you can picture any, upscale business office with a view. There's a stark waiting room outside. There's glossy, magazines sitting down with, beautiful people, well dressed, or beautiful locations. Sitting ahead, but from the positioning of the things, it looks like no one's picked them up whatsoever. There's not a ounce of dust anywhere in here. And when you're waiting, Nick, there's two receptionists who are sitting in almost perfect silence, apart from the odd time touching their ears and answering the phones, and answering in that way where they can have a perfectly intelligible telephone voice, but you don't hear anything. It's still otherwise muffled silence in this thing. So you quite easily hear another person come in, and he says that he is meeting with Sanderson Peterson as well. And you look over, and you can see Marcus. What is Marcus wearing right now?
Marcus has like a shirt, a collared shirt and tie, and then like a sweater over it. But it's clearly been like slept in maybe for a couple of days, or rather not slept in, but worn for a couple of days. And he looks like he hasn't slept in that time either.
Yeah.
Right. He's got that, dark circles under the eyes and looking pretty haggard.
So the receptionist who greets you looks, it would be easy to confuse the two of them. Blonde white girl with, beautiful looks, but that very kind of like samey kind of look to her. Hair's pulled back in a very, very tight and controlled bun. She looks up at you, and you can see her eyes flash up and down for a moment, and she is too professional to let it, out, obviously, that she's clearly judging your appearance. But the cold sort of greeting, welcome to Peterson Group. Do you have an appointment?
I do, with Sanderson Peterson.
Your name?
Marcus Boyd.
She looks down.
It
Doctor?
might be under doctor. Yeah.
She looks up and, if you could have a seat, Mr. Sanderson's assistant will be out to collect you. And we see you walk over as well, too. And, like, these are massive couches, massive, like, white couches that, Nick, you're sitting right in the middle of one, and you can see the beautiful view of Boston outside of the window. It doesn't look warm and inviting, though. It looks stale and stultifying. You walk over, Marcus, and sit in the middle, so we now have each of you guys facing each other across this glass, counter or glass kind of, table with magazines artfully splayed across it. And when Marcus sits down, what does he see? Nick?
Nick's got a probably fairly loud patterned button-up shirt on. He's got a ball cap that says "Behind the Curtain" on it, and he's got his phone out, and he's like trying to like shoot these here we are at the Peterson building, about to meet with Sanderson, like trying to do these things, but these different text messages keep coming in.
Sure.
And distracting him, and he's like, shit! And he's like, and he keeps kind of redoing that same little scene over and over again.
Okay. So you see him...
looks like a crazy person.
Yeah. Marcus, what are you making of this?
Marcus is wishing he has I think it would be appropriate for, since he's traveling, to have like a Kindle with a bunch of occult books on it, and that'll be his library. He's wishing that he brought it up from the car because it's in his briefcase. Or in his suitcase in the back of his trunk. Okay.
So you guys are waiting there for a brief, and it's about a minute or so before you realize that there is quiet music that's playing in here as well too. But it's so quiet that, like, unless you really kind of crane your ears to hear it, you're not going to hear it whatsoever. And it's only as you start hearing that music that you see a woman in her, probably she's in her late 40s, but dressed impeccably in kind of a smart woman's suit, who says, Dr. Boyd, Mr. Curtis.
Yeah, he's tucking all his junk back into his bag.
If you could follow me, please.
Ready, of course.
So you guys are led through one or two doors down to a big what do you call it, like a boardroom. And as you're led in, you can see this is a boardroom that would accommodate a group of about 20. There's a huge boardroom table in here that runs the full length of here, chairs around the entire thing. Another beautiful view of Boston, but with the gray slate skies that you're looking out over. It's just not, it doesn't look inviting, it looks cold. You look over and there are some refreshments and such set out for you. And the woman just says, Mr. Peterson will be with you momentarily, and closes the door behind you, leaving you guys here. And you can see in sort of the frosted glass, her form moves down the length of it and then disappears like a ghost, leaving just the two of you in here.
Yeah, I'm immediately grabbing some donuts and probably pouring a cup of coffee and just slamming the first cup of coffee back and then topping another one.
Okay.
Or filling another one up.
You can see that like the coffee is scalding hot. It's clearly just made too. So he and I'm guessing there's a bit of a reaction to that.
Yeah, Marcus will sort of, he kind of crinkles his nose a little bit at the realization, and then kind of puts on a brave face and walks over and holds out his hand and says, I don't believe we've met. My name is Marcus.
Nick's like brushing all the donut sugar off his hands and oh, Nick Curtis. And he goes to shake your hand, and right before he grabs your hand, he goes back, he reaches in his bag, and he pulls out a business card. It's like Nick Curtis, Behind the Curtain, and it's got like his YouTube channel links and all this, and Instagram. He He shakes his hand and gives him the business card.
Oh, wow.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So you guys have about a minute or so before the door suddenly kind of bursts open and in walks this young man. He is probably in his early 30s, if that. He's got a smart gray suit on, a really sharp-looking tie that accents the suit, and his hair is cut in a little bit more of a exotic style than what you would expect from this kind of business office, and from the people you saw making their way back and forth through the lobby. If either of you guys have thought to do a search online before you got here too, you can see this is Sandy. So he walks in and he says, "All right, Nick, Dr. Boyd, thank you. I'm sorry I was running late from another meeting." He's clean shaven. He says, "Please, did you I see you helped yourself to beverages. Come on, sit. I want to talk to you about what."
I grab another donut and top up my coffee.
Okay. He takes a seat across from at kind of a midpoint in the boardroom, or the table, I should say. Waits for you guys to sit on the other side. Makes sure that you guys are facing out as well. So he seems almost like kind of framed by the gray outside. So he says, "How was your flights? Good? Yes?
Great." You can see Nick is. I imagine Nick tries to hand Sandy one of his business cards, and Sandy doesn't take it.
No need.
So
no
he he sets it down on the table, and then it's he's slowly moving it towards him.
Yeah. So I tell you, the reason that I called you both here, I won't waste any time, and hopefully you can get yourself to work as soon as you can. As I said through our contacts as well too, I've got a problem with a property here. And more accurately, my wife has a problem with the property. You see, in and around 2017, I purchased this property. Some fallout from the economic crisis, people losing their houses, losing their jobs. So I snatched this up. And it is a curious property, but my wife insisted on getting it. The home is a little brick bungalow located just on the edge of the downtown area. I can't tell you how it survived to that point, but it did. And, my Charlotte had her eye on it and decided that it needed to be hers. So we were able to pick up the property, and she went to renting it. There's a certain kind of people will be happy to pay those kind of prices to be a backyard, as you can imagine, is hard to come by in downtown Boston. But we've had problems. In 2018, we had a lovely family, the Macario family, moved in. Investment banker, married to a therapist. Shortly after moving in, the father had a serious accident, and shortly thereafter had a violent breakdown. We would have terminated the lease, but, my wife, big heart. Well, within the last month, the mother has also had a breakdown. She's been committed, the children now with relatives, but both of them seem to agree that there was something with burning eyes and a voice and other things happening in there. I've been in the house. I've never seen anything like this. It's, but But it's a problem because it's made its way into the news cycle, into social media. And if we hope to have anyone renting this residence at the rates that we wish to charge, we need to have this place be given a clean bill of health. And my wife had thoughts on who best to use for this, and she kind of looks at the two of you. My Charlotte is a big fan of the... Is it entering the real? Edges
Engaging.
of... Engaging the real. Forgive me, I have not read it. She, however, is a fan and insisted that you may be able to help with this. And she is a fan of your videos, Mr. Curtis.
Yes.
I will have a colleague. My family keeps someone on staff, a lawyer, you see. He'll be assisting with this. Simply as a liaison, the investigation is firmly in both of your hands. I can offer $200 a day per diem, and if you are able to give the property a clean bill of health, as far as both of you are concerned, there's $10,000 for each of you. I trust that's acceptable. If you wish, we can be made in manner of a gift or something for tax purposes. And he realizes that neither of you really care about that, and he's kind of like, oh. Yeah. Then, I'll leave it to you. We have very little, unfortunately, on the property. The extent of the due diligence was a home inspection, so you will be starting from square one, as it were, but I trust that that you know what you need to do. This is something...
ready.
Yeah, does Nick stand up when he says that too?
Yeah.
His chair rolls back and kind of dunk hits the glass wall. Good. Enthusiasm. I like to see enthusiasm. Then I will leave it to you, and when I've arranged for both of you to stay at whatever the name of the hotel is, so you'll all have accommodations for the duration. Dr. Boyd, did you secure a vehicle as well?
I did.
Be sure to give my assistant, Gloris, be sure to give her all the receipts afterwards. I believe I see my Thomas may be here momentarily. Let's get Brent the link. I think we've barely rolled anything so far. Crumb says in chat, careful, Bostonians can detect that Canadian accent, eh? Tough crowd. Tough crowd.
Oh, I'm not even trying to do Charlie Day's voice.
No. Why? Yeah. If I we knew we were playing this game about half an hour before we started. So, okay. Let's see. Brent, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
We can. We cannot see you.
Well, that's not good.
Let me try hitting reconnect here. Let's see. Maybe you're... Oh, I see you now, Brent.
Okay.
Okay. So, Brent, you're playing Thomas Doyle IV. Thomas is a kind of like a general counsel to this rich family. You are from the Doyle family, which is a legacy family of lawyers in Boston. You have we'll talk a little bit about maybe on the break about some of your backstory stuff. But you know what we'll do though. You do have one disadvantage that we need to roll. But you are currently seconded to be basically like a liaison to the kid of the Peterson family, Sanderson Peterson. And Sandy has asked you, his wife owns this strange property in downtown Boston, this bungalow, and they've had some problems with it recently. That's all you really know right now. And his wife, Charlotte, has asked that you, or has engaged these two people, this doctor of parapsychology or something, or some kind of sociology, psychology. He doesn't really know what. And some YouTube investigator, a guy who runs a YouTube channel. He wants you to supervise these two to make sure like they're not fucking around. Yeah, he's paying them a $200 a day per diem. He's putting them up in a hotel, and he's renting a car for them. So they've, he wants to make sure they're actually investigating this place to give it a clean bill of health. What you know is that there was an incident with a family in their residence, and because of that, there's some scuttlebutt going around online, and that's really, all you're aware of right now.
One question for you.
Of course.
Do I believe
But only one.
Okay.
No.
Am I do I believe in the supernatural? Or am I just supervising two quacks for?
You're supervising two quacks. You are. Okay. This is definitely these types of clients that you have. Sometimes you just need to be grateful that you can bill for every single hour that you're going to spend doing this, and that's what you intend to do. Is just, you're going to meet these guys, keep them from fucking around. Just to give you a very nutshell thing here, Brent, because you haven't played this version of Kult before. I'm not rolling any dice today. You were the only one rolling dice. It's you roll 2d10 for all dice rolls. You'll see on your character sheet that you have attributes, and then underneath the attributes there are little words. Those are your moves. The way that when you take action in the story that will affect the story, you're making use of a move, and we'll walk you through what that is. You also have some advantages, and maybe what you can do is either pull up on your computer or on your phone the list of the advantages I sent you, and read what they do. You have influential friends. You have you can influence people with puppeteer to do stuff for you, and you have daredevil. When you're in a dangerous situation, you can basically get ways to kind of keep yourself safe. And you have two disadvantages. One of them is that you're greedy. And let's see here. Your greedy one is triggered when an opportunity to increase your wealth arises. We make a roll, and then we'll see whether you're able to keep control over your desire for wealth. And then the other one is cursed. And this is your first session. So Brent, why don't you give us a 2d10 roll, please?
Right.
And we're going to compare this to the stuff underneath cursed. 12. Ooh, I take one hold. So when you were cursed in the first session, and whenever you're confronted by the supernatural, I roll to see how long it influences you. So you got a roll. I get one hold, and then I can spend a hold to make a move for the curse. For instance, you or someone you care about could have an accident. Something of yours is taken from you, you experience terrifying visions, or you're forced to take certain actions with risk of dire consequences if you refuse. So if you think of how threat and despair works in Fantasy Flight Star Wars, Brent, the way that it gives license to DM bullshittery,
right?
That's kind of how it works in this. Is you guys take moves, and sometimes the consequence of those moves will be bad, which will give me an opportunity. I, as a DM, have two kinds of moves. I have soft moves, which I can do whenever I want to kind of drive the action forward, keep things moving. And I have hard moves, which are usually only triggered when you guys do something unsuccessfully or a dice roll comes up poorly. Currently, I'm sitting on hold from a couple of things from Nick, too. So, Jeff's character. If you wouldn't mind changing your name, Brent, to Thomas or Tom, however you decide to call yourself. And
last time hasn't been that long.
Oh, yes, true. God damn it. That's hilarious. His character in the Starfinder was Tom the Android.
That's funny.
All right. So, Tom, you walk in, and with that in mind, what your character's kind of like. What do you think the guys see as you walk in?
You know what? I show up in a suit. I think, I think this is going to be a long day. So I probably have a laptop bag and a coffee. I'm not actually, sorry, I guess he's probably actually doesn't know exactly what to expect.
Yep.
Whether it's a full day of douchebaggery. So he's prepared. If he's going to have some time to kill, he's got a laptop to work on things. If not, he'll just sort of watch to see that they do something.
Excellent. Already A plus for wanting to double bill clients. I obviously would never do such a thing, but you being the douchebag client, that does seem like
I'm greedy, right? Why wouldn't I get paid twice?
Absolutely. Bill for one client and bill another one while you're working on it. There you go. That is definitely the scumbag lawyer way. Okay. So you walk in, you've got a light jacket on. You guys all see Thomas walk in, and Sandy turns to you and says, Tom, you're here. Fantastic. Tom, this is Dr. Boyd and Mr. Curtis.
Hello, and I'll go and just shake their hands.
Okay.
Yeah. Nick shakes your hand and he hands you a little business card that says Nick Curtis behind the curtain. It's got his YouTube channel listed and his, Instagram channel or whatever.
Okay. So, with that, Mr. Peterson turns and says, then I will leave it to you. You, if you could update me, and he turns to Thomas, if you could update me with the progress. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you.
Oh, Sandy, before you go, just a quick selfie. And he pulls out his phone and he's trying to take a picture with him.
Okay. Give me, let's get some dice rolling here. Why don't you give us an influence other roll? So charisma, please.
Do you just click on the...
I think you should be able to, just click on it and it should roll it for you. 20.
Oh, wow.
Amazing. So does precisely what you want. So he says, of course, gets in, takes a couple of photos, asks Thomas to take one or two from you too. And he says, you will send those to me, right? My wife will never
of course.
let me live it down if I don't.
Yeah.
Good.
Same email you contacted me.
Of course. Yes. Thank you. Then.
And done. There you go. Sent. Okay.
Good. So he's out, and Nick is fussing away with his phone, getting ready to send this thing. You see again, another, at the top, the way it drops kind of down. Help.
Yeah.
Help. 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 And you see
swiping them away.
Yeah. So Nick is very agitated with his phone, it seems, leaving Dr. Boyd and Tom to do the introductions.
Hello.
Hi.
Meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
So, what will you be doing today?
Well, I assume. Well, Nick.
We're heading to the house. Where else are we going to go? The house. He's back on his phone.
Do you want to investigate the history of the house or anything first, Nick?
What? Where are we gonna go? Where do you want to go?
Library.
You want to go to the library? We got a haunted house to check out, and you want to go to the library.
Tom, if you want as well too, it's you in theory could also get searches of the courts or Hall of Records done through your office.
Okay, yes, I will do that. Okay. And maybe I could have someone at the office, like an intern or something, maybe search library records, because I don't think it's a good use of the client's time for us to go to a library right now when we said we'd be going to the house.
Well, so Dr. Boyd, you're certainly the one who is entitled to make the calls here, though it makes sense that Thomas would try and tell people what to do.
Well, if you have someone already looking, then perhaps I can look over their work afterwards. That seems like a productive way to spend the evening. Let's
go check out the house.
Okay, I'll make a phone call and see what I can do to assign someone to dig through records and do a library check for the house.
So, what with the record search? I mean, there's obviously things you could do to narrow it down. What would be the instructions that you would be giving to a junior to conduct a search in the library? Because I can foresee that Dr. Boyd may be better equipped to make that kind of search than, say, some hapless law student or articling student.
Yeah, so Thomas is about to say just general search for this address and
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. Dr. Boyd, is there anything specifically that you were wanting to research?
Oh, I think at this point it'll be hard to narrow anything. If you could just have whoever is doing the research assemble as much material as they can, I can look it over and do my best to sift through it.
Yeah, just a general search with anything to do with this, anything that comes up regarding this property.
Okay. So then, so
Nick's got his phone out. Dr. Boyd is uncertain of what the mystery could hold.
you realize that Nick is recording this.
I'll look over and give him a thin smile and nod.
Okay.
All right, gentlemen, shall we begin?
Before we go, Mr. Curtis, are you planning on recording everything that we do?
Well, not everything. I mean, most. Is there some angles you don't like? Which is your good side? And he's like moving from one side to Dr.
Thomas
Boyd
is
to the
thinking the angles where he's double billing. He doesn't say this out loud, but he's like, crap, I can't do this now. I'm on camera.
Okay.
I can keep you out of all the shots, Thomas. Or Mr. Doyle.
My methods are not particularly conducive to exciting viewing in general. I may be less useful in creating a spectacle than you would hope, Mr. Curtis.
Don't worry, I'll edit you to look real cool.
So, where do you guys go next?
I guess we're going to the house.
Okay.
As soon as we get in the car, by the way, Nick is like trying to convince you. We just have to make one stop on the way. Just one stop, and he's trying to give this address where he's going to meet this drug dealer to restock. He's not saying that. He's just saying,
What I'm going to suggest, because I was thinking it would be Marcus would like to reach out to his wife, but obviously can't do that while driving. So maybe he could try to read Thomas and see if he is the kind of type A personality that would insist on driving and would give him a chance to sit in the back seat and type out a message to his wife.
Sure,
That
I
seems
can.
like a good idea.
If you ask, I'm totally willing to drive.
Okay. He probably looks up from his phone as well, too, and looks a little annoyed, but then stuffs the phone away and gets in. You are the one that's the most familiar. You know that Dr. Boyd, or neither Dr. Boyd nor Mr. Curtis are from Boston, so they don't know where they're headed.
Okay, well, I can drive us there. How long do you anticipate this investigation taking? And sort of addressed to both of them.
Well, a job takes until it's done? I don't know. Do you know how long this is planning on taking, Dr. Boyd?
My answer, I think, would only be the same as your own, that I will know how long it took when we are at the end of the road.
I think my average case is usually about a 25-minute video, but that's not how long they take to put together. I don't know. Depends what we find when we get there, I guess.
Okay.
All right, sounds good. I'm just curious. It's this is not my area of expertise.
So one of the things I was going to mention again, guys, that because of this, the game works a little differently for how we make our way through the story than other things. It's not a matter of like we get upon something and then you just make a spot check or something like that. Remember that you take moves to drive the action forward, to drive the story forward.
Right.
Right? So things like for instance, if you want to find information. That's going to be an investigate check, and then we figure out how that works in the fiction. If you want to observe something, or like if you want to take careful, studying of the house when you arrive, or about anyone else, you could do that. Read a person is another way to get other information. See through the illusion is not really a problem. It's not something you guys are going to be doing on your own. Combat will obviously be self-evident. Keeping it together, avoiding harm, enduring injury, those are all reactive kind of things. But for some of the other things, like just remember that, and your advantages as well, too. That's one of the ways to start triggering things and moving them, along as well. It's a little bit of a different way that the mechanics interfere with our sort of flow of story. So, if, like, for instance, if you guys wanted to look online about this particular, now that you have the address, what we might do is allow you to make an investigate roll and then see what happens from there.
Okay.
I'm happy right now to follow them around. Like, my plan is to drive them. I'll point out some interesting things for them to see and do if you pass them while in Boston. But from Thomas's point, this is a bunch of BS that I'm just going to sit through.
Sure. Okay. What about Marcus and Nick?
Them along.
So I think Marcus will suggest to Nick, do you want to do like a cursory? I know you're very familiar with the various corners of the internet. Perhaps you could do a sort of cursory search while I do one of my own and see what we can find just with our smartphones, basically.
Sure.
Okay. So then, Marcus, let's have Nick make his move, and then you'll tell us what you're writing to Rachel.
Yeah.
Okay. Nick, so that sounds like you're making an investigate move.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, yeah, go right ahead. Make a roll, and let's see what comes up. 8.
Oh, yikes, the opposite.
Okay.
Where's investigate?
So what happens? It's you get some information. You may get some information anyway, but you pay a price for it. You may expose yourself to danger or costs, and the GM makes a move. So here's what happens: is you're sitting in the back, and you just, at this point, I'm guessing you're sort of avoiding the phone, like it's like you're exposing yourself to something hurtful, right? So because it's still help. You block that person texting you. Help.
I think I'm forced to at this point, yeah.
So you block it, and then it starts again. But it's slowed to a slightly, slower tempo, and it's a rhythm to it, so you're able to ignore it at this point and just start looking. What you find is that there is a blog post by a very, very minor, I think because of your expertise, or your background, you're just sort of, attuned to the sort of investigative web or whatnot. There's a local Boston blogger who, it's not really, it's really not a big thing. It's not been picked up by really anyone else. The page views are probably in the, tens, if that. But it's actually about the house. And what it says, and it's in relation to the it's in relation to a story that was going to come out in 2019. And what it references is that in 1980, there was a family of French foreigners who came into to work. But they fled after a series of violent accidents left the parents dead and 3 children crippled. There's some photos in the thing, but the references in it are very, very vague. Like you're gonna need to follow up more about what's, you know, probably a reason it hasn't got a lot of traffic because it's not terribly well sourced.
Yeah. Do I have the name of the author?
You do, yeah. The name of the author is going to be, let's see here, Charlie Brooks.
Okay.
And you could probably, you may be able to, you know, cash in some fame if you're able to track the guy down. But yeah, so that's what you find. But then you see something flashes by again, and it says, instead of help, it says, look outside. And I think you can't help but kind of look out the window. And I need you... let's see here. What is it? I think you're taking... 2... You're going to lose 2 stability unless you keep it together. Let's make your roll here, and then I'll tell you what happens. So you're going to make a willpower roll. 18. Amazing. So, what you look out and see is standing on the street corner, kind of waiting to cross as you guys are driving through one of the busier intersections. You can see Steven looking at you.
Shit.
He's sitting there and he locks eyes and keeps going. How does Nick react to this?
He is like, he's trying to get his phone out, like go from what he was doing to like switch to the camera, turn it on, trying to like turn it and get it on him, and he's like dropping it, and he's like fishing it out from behind the seat. Like, did you see? You know, and he finally gets it out. He's shit, and it's just like a crowd of people, and he's gone.
Well, and you guys were going through the intersection too, so
yeah.
Like, Thomas has got a bit of a lead foot, it seems, and it's way behind.
Sorry, did you see something you were interested in?
And he looks at Thomas and he's like, realizes you don't know who I am, who that is, any of this. He's like, I just thought I saw someone I know.
Your hands are shaking really badly right now. Tapping on the phone is really, really hard. I am going to use one of my holds. Marcus, or Dr. Boyd, do you have any medical training whatsoever?
Not aside from like knowing how to do CPR.
Okay, then I think that the sort of strung out, twitchy look to him, it's going to be clear that he, you know, he's an addict going through withdrawal, unless you try and conceal it some way. Nick, that's going to be one of my holds I'm using for your drug thing. So you're sort of like doing the, you know, hitting your nose and you know, twitching around. What you could do is, I think you could try and conceal it with keep it to, or act under pressure. Or you just want to let him know?
Yeah. No, I think that he tries to keep it cool. Like, I think he'll try to keep it act under pressure because it's what he's used to doing, right? So.
Yeah. So go ahead and give us act under pressure. Ooh, 11. You do it, but you hesitate, are delayed, or must deal with a complication. So I reveal an unexpected outcome, a high price, or a difficult choice. I think one thing falls out of your falls out of sort of your hands here. It's either your phone, which will fall down and it'll show the text messages that you've been receiving, and Dr. Boyd will be able to see them, or what do you call it? A like scrawled bit of hold on, what it'll be? I think an empty like vial will fall out of your bag. So like a little, you know, Coke vial.
I like the idea of like he's still, you know, he's fidgeting with his phone. He still had it like turned to like take the, and he kind of drops it, and Marcus can see the messages. Maybe even a message dings in right at that time. Like,
and what you see, Marcus, is you see this stream. The screen sort of shifts, so you can see just the stream of help. Then look up, and then it's now shifted and is slowly scrolling up, saying, "Come back, come back, come back, come back, come back, come back." What has Dr. Boyd been writing to his wife at this point?
So Dr. Boyd is basically putting together like a prepared statement almost of like what he's going to try to say to her when he meets her tomorrow.
Yep.
So he's working on, he's basically, and every time he tries to, he kind of writes the first kind of sentence or two, and when he gets to the part about like actually talking about his nightmares, he kind of deletes everything and goes back to the beginning and kind of keeps writing the introduction over and over.
Okay. So you guys pull up to, I think it's around this time is when you guys reach the edge of downtown. Thomas, you pull up. Nick has he calmed down at this point, or at least to the level of twitchy?
I don't know that he's calmed down. Like, I think he's probably not twitchy anymore, but like, I think he's like got this like, you know, notes file open on his phone at this point, and he is taking notes, and he's got stuff like, "Did I just see Stephen Klein? Question mark.
Okay.
Question mark. Next line. Question mark."
Okay. So this is where you guys pull up to the actual the house itself, and it's as advertised. This is a brick bungalow that is overshadowed by newer office buildings on either side. The house fronts the street. And the front yard is remarkably well, it's sort of maintained, but it has not grown in terribly well because of the massive office buildings on either side of it. The house itself is completely enveloped in the shadows of the two massive office towers that are on either side of it, and behind as well, giving the house the kind of impression that is slouched back in shadow. There is a walkway leading right up towards the house. There's a little fence around it as well. And Thomas, you have the key to get in the house.
All right. Park will get out, sort of one over the house, sort of judge it, and then, go to unlock the door and let us in.
Well, hold on.
The house is very creepy.
Yeah, let's.
What do you think, Dr. Boyd?
Let's not. You're jumping a little further forward there, cowboy.
Okay.
So you get out of the vehicle, and then what do you guys do? And what do you bring with you?
So I'm going to, I'm gonna put my ebook device, my Kindle or whatever, in like the breast pocket of my overcoat.
Okay.
To make sure I have it with me, because that's sort of like a safety blanket almost.
Okay.
To have my occult library, I'd say. And then I'm gonna sort of turn to Nick and say, "You have a lot of fans in Boston?"
I don't know. And he looks embarrassed. He's like, "I don't have any demographic information."
Oh.
Okay. What does Nick bring with him?
He's got sort of this like canvas backpack that he's been, getting junk in and out of. It's got like his backup phone battery charger, his empty pill cases, his business cards, maybe he's got like a microphone or something that he uses in there, like just a few knickknacks, and all kinds of junk. A change of shirt, maybe, some extra merch, like maybe an extra behind the curtains cap, that kind of stuff, just like junk.
Okay. So you pull that with you, and what about Thomas? What is Thomas bringing with him?
His phone, laptop and bag, and his coffee.
Okay. So the three of you with all of your stuff, the car parked on the street, You begin making your way in towards the house. You pass the creaking fence that surrounds this. It's a old wire fence. Close it behind you, lock it up. This house has red brick on the outside as well too, and it's so I described it as a bungalow, but it does have a second level to it as well. You can also see that there is a cellar, but this is definitely an older house. This does not look like something that was built recently. As you're walking up, you can see that there is something covering all of the windows, those on the main floor and the second floor. And go ahead, Arden. You...
Oh, I think after we pass through the gate, Marcus is going to kind of stop and let the others walk ahead, and he just sort of puts his hands behind his back and kind of is looking at the structure and trying to, specifically what I'd like to do is to try to, what do they call the perception one? Observe the situation.
Sure, yeah. Go ahead and make a observe a situation move. Let's see how you do.
No modifier.
Nick is totally framing him in the shot and trying to film Marcus examining the building.
So as soon as you get beyond the gateway, your electronic stops functioning.
Okay.
So I guess he's fussing around with this, which is maybe what is distracting you, Dr. Boyd. So what observe a situation allows you to ask a question. We got 6 questions there. What are you asking me?
Well, does it have to be a question from this list, or can I come up with a question?
We'll see. I mean, depending on the question. If it's something that's too broad, then I'll...
What I was thinking specifically is, does this house look like it's the same structure from 1890 that Nick mentioned?
The... What, 1980, you mean?
Oh, no, I thought it was... I'm sorry. Somehow the numbers got reversed.
That's okay. It's 1980. Yeah.
1980. Okay.
That's when that French...
It was
a
like it's still
French businessman...
It was...
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah, definitely. You're looking up and you're seeing this is in color, but it seems like not a single brick has changed in the 40 years since that thing was... that photograph was taken. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to, let's see here, get you to roll on your repressed memory check, please. Just roll 2d10.
Roll +0.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Wonderful. Okay. And Brent, so the results basically for everything are, if you roll 9 or less, it's bad. And I get to do something nasty. A 10 to 14 is a mid-range success. And 15 or better is a great success. There's no problems for you guys. I think that's for the moves as well, isn't it? Yeah, same thing for the moves.
Yeah,
okay.
for pretty much everything.
Sorry. Fucking hair tonight. Jeepers. All right. So what happens here? I'm looking at the wrong one. Occultist. So your repressed memories. Overwhelmed by your repressed memories, completely losing yourself to them. I make a hard move and reduce stability by 2.
Yep.
Okay.
I am at unfocused, which is probably not surprising.
So one of the things, Brent, that this differs from a lot of the, basically most other games we play, these are the express ethos behind playing these is to play to find what happens. So we don't, that's why we're sort of the emergence of these kind of events and things like that is dictated by how the dice roll kind of go out, rather than me having a specific script for it, right? So...
Okay. I'm sort of playing Thomas a bit, sort of, I don't want to say aloof, but he just thinks this is all crap, so he's not actively looking for, supernatural stuff.
Oh, for sure, yeah. No, and neither should you. Your character, don't worry, we're going to get to you and your disadvantage momentarily. Don't you?
Well, and to be clear, Nick doesn't believe, Nick investigates internet conspiracies, but to expose them as like fake, or like he's here to.
Yeah.
That's part of the reason Sandy hired him, to like expose this as not haunted, because it's like that's what his show's about. Like,
Yeah,
there's
we're
a
in kind
ghost
of
here.
like,
Well, no, there's not.
this is the like first, you know, chapter or first act of a Stephen King novel. You know, we as you guys as the characters in it don't necessarily know that weird shit's happened yet, except for Dr. Boyd, who he can't remember it, but there's something definitely
out there.
Yeah. So let me just find the hard moves here. It's not on my DM screen. Where is it here? For those listening at home, this is only the like third time we've run this, so you have to forgive me for having to look some stuff up as we're going. Okay, here we go. So, so what I think, while you stop for a second, standing outside of it, Marcus, and while you're looking up at the second story window, is something starting to form? And then you see sort of something flaps past you in the middle of the day, and it's a huge moth. Flies in front of you. And you then feel a hand lay itself on your shoulder, and a man's voice whispers wet in your ear. Careful. And what I'd like you to do is you're going to take one stability, but you are free to make a move to try and prevent that.
Yeah, let's keep it together, right?
Yep.
All right, keeping it together.
Nice. Okay, so the effort to resist instills a condition. So you choose one. How does he react here? So I'll tell you what happens in this scene, at least, is you spin around, you know, when this happens, and there's no one there. The yard is empty. There's no one there. You know, your head snaps back. You look up at the window. There's nothing there. There's the, you know, dirty old curtains that are in there.
I think Marcus right now is more kind of scared than anything. He's freaked out. He's not really right, and he's not really an angry person who's going to respond that way. So
yeah.
It's not.
So it's something about the moth. There was a marking on the moth's wings as well too. You don't know where, but you've seen it somewhere before. What does that marking look like? Or do you think it's something that you'd need to look up to?
I don't think I need to look it up. It's like the butterflies or moths that have eyes on their wings.
Yeah.
Except the eye, it's the pupil, and then more pupils around it. As if it's some sort of like non-human or not even like non-mammalian eye.
Yeah.
Right? Something totally out there.
And to be clear, Nick, you did not see any moth either. What's happened is that you were distracted for a moment trying to deal with this, and then Marcus, what does Nick see as you react to this?
So Marcus, he kind of reaches for his breast pocket to feel that he's got his electronic library with him, and he sort of starts to shiver a little bit, and he kind of pulls his coat tighter, still shivering, and kind of looks around and says, let's get, it's too cold out here, let's get inside.
Okay. Now, Thomas, this is your first session, so would you kind of give me a 2d10 roll?
All right.
Let's see how you do. $13, okay. Ooh, I take 1 hold. And then may I spend... Oh, we rolled this already, didn't we? Or am I...
Yeah, you already...
so I already have 1 hold. Oh, right. Okay, I'm going to... Sorry, Brian, I completely forgot about that. I'm going to grab my poker chips from my... what do you call it? Savage Worlds box set in a sec here. Let's get yourself inside, then we'll take our mid-session break, guys. So, you walk up to the front there. Thomas, you're the one... you look back and you see that Nick seems to be fussing around with his camera, and Marcus, spun around and then seems troubled by something. He's even whiter than when you saw him before. He comes racing up and says, "Let's get inside."
All right. I suppose I have the keys, so I'll unlock the door and open it up, and after you, gentlemen.
And now, Kev, you said my phone is not working since we've entered this space.
Yeah.
I think normally that would really, piss me off. But I think with what's been going on, he's like almost relieved, and you know what I mean? Like the messages will stop. So he puts his phone into his backpack and he pulls out like one of those like shitty disposable cameras.
Oh,
I guess we're going old school on this one.
Nice. Okay. And what was Stephen wearing when you saw him? When he was standing on that street corner there.
Maybe he was wearing like a strange, like his show was called Strange Cases. Maybe he had like a Strange Cases shirt or sweater, like hoodie on or something, and that's like partially what caught my eye. And,
yeah. Okay. Yeah. Would he wear a ball cap as well too, or long pants, or?
Yeah, long pants. Maybe no cap, because I think if he's too covered up, I might not recognize him too well.
Okay.
So.
Sure. So yeah. So we see you race inside too, and then as the door closes, we can see standing sort of looking from the sort of foyer, or not the foyer, the deck or whatever, looking out. It now looks like you are surrounded by massive walls of the towering buildings on either side, and there's the brightness of the street. And then on the far side of that, we see the figure standing with that same hoodie on. But you haven't noticed him. So you go inside and close the door behind you. Guys, let's take our mid-session break now, and then we'll come back and see what you find in the house.
Nice.
Okay. We'll check in with Chad as well, too, when we get back. So, we'll be back momentarily. Okay, let's check on my chat here. Brian, what's shaking? Howdy, howdy. Jeffrey, what's going on? Hey, Pedro. Yeah, it's me too. Actually, so I've only run Cult about 3 times now, and it's been pretty. It's been pretty good each time I've run it. The thing that's always not a challenge necessarily, but it's always a little rocky. It's trying to get in the swing of how much to use moves and things like that. You know, I'm not sure if you run a lot of or play a lot of Powered by the Apocalypse games. We don't, so it's always I feel like I'm struggling sometimes with the tension between when I should engage the mechanics and when I should just let the story run. But it is a really, really, really cool game. I really enjoy. Like I said at the outset, some of the content is a little extreme for my tastes, but there's more than enough amazing stuff that I can still use. That I really like the setting, or I really like the setting stuff, and the rules as well too are just really, really, really interesting. Especially if you've got like really engaged players like we have. Brian, happy birthday! Oh, Jeff, it's your birthday. I'm totally missed that. Jeffrey, happy birthday! Hope you're getting super drunk. Nice. James, what's going on? Necrum, howdy, howdy. And Crumb, I apologize for not practicing a Boston accent next time for sure. Because I'm sure I can do a bad Boston accent in the same way I do a bad Scottish accent for dwarves and so forth. Okay. So Brent, the advantage while we're on a break here, let's talk about your advantages, because I think you have. Let's see here. Influential friends.
Right. I copied them and I've got them.
Oh, do you? Okay, great, terrific. Yeah. So the way it's a bit of like I said, like the thing that with the game is it's sort of it's like a conversation,
right.
And it just because I don't run an awful lot of these. I sometimes find I find that my trying to think of when I can engage mechanics a little too much or maybe not enough, but it's I think it's a really, really cool game. Like it's really light on its feet for just letting you get role playing your characters and giving you some interesting mechanical ways to engage it.
Yeah, it seems from looking at the sort of how the abilities are set up, it seems pretty free flowing. And
now, would you have a gun or not, Brent?
I don't think so. Unless I'm playing a gun nut, I don't think No, I there'd be no reason. Even if he leaned that perspective, which I'm not sure whether he would, it would be like kept in the glove compartment or in the home, or it wouldn't be
safe or something. Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see I'm going to visit a client's house and do some weird kind of work. So I should,
Yeah.
He won't have one.
Okay, no, that works for me. All right. I'm gonna quickly turn to.
It'd probably be nice, but I just can't think of a way that.
no, and that's the thing. Like, and the game really isn't, it isn't like that. The thing that I was saying to the guys before we got playing, the thing I find interesting about this game is it being in motion. Like one thing we didn't do with you, Brent, is we would actually let's do this. We've got a couple seconds. Let's get Brent thinking about the. Because it'll only take a minute or so here. Let's give Brent a couple of dramatic hooks as well. So Brent, what these are is a dramatic hook is a player request for their character to take a certain action during the story. During each game session, each player should have 2 dramatic hooks for their character. At the beginning of the first session, the player gets to choose 2 dramatic hooks of her own. In later sessions, the player receives dramatic hooks from other players and the GM. At the end of the session, when she's fulfilled a dramatic hook, she asks the other players to think of a new one. When you complete your dramatic hook, you gain 1 experience. So then the things that, when a player thinks of dramatic hooks, they may use the following verbs for inspiration and then finish the sentence with something like appropriate. So, for instance, if you should finish, you should reveal, you should tell, you should visit, you should complete, you should confront, you should investigate, you should develop. And examples they give is you should visit the place where your kidnapper took you, or you should reveal your infidelity to your wife. Guys, why don't you tell Brent one of each of your, or one from each of you guys, what your dramatic hooks have been? Just to get him thinking.
Sure. My dramatic hooks are You should put together a video about Steven's disappearance. So this is that other YouTube star that I did a couple of collab videos with who's missing. And my second dramatic hook is you have to find a new dealer. So my current drug dealer and me are not getting along, and he's a prick, and I need someone new.
Mm. Oh, yeah, and which probably means why you haven't found anyone in Boston yet.
Yeah.
Right. He didn't have anyone. And Dr. Boyd?
So mine, am I still muted? No, I'm not muted. Mine are know the name of my pact keeper. I have a pact with dark forces that I can't remember much about. So I'm trying to at least like see the name in the book, or, you know, have it on the tip of my tongue or something like that. And then come clean with wife about inability or present inability to live with her, because I have just horrific nightmares. And so we've been living separately and haven't really told her that that's why.
So, Thomas, what do you think? What are your 2 dramatic hooks that you're going to start with? What do you want to achieve this session?
I'm going to go with one would be gain respect for my 2 colleagues here, for the 2 other PCs. Because
Okay.
right now I think they're just frauds, or we're just, you know.
Okay. You'd like to learn that they're not charlatans. Okay. And
Yes.
what's your second one? Again, you should finish, you should reveal, you should tell, you should visit, you should complete, you should confront, you should investigate, you should develop.
I should really finish work for the second client while I'm babysitting these 2 fraudsters.
Okay. That doesn't strike me as particularly dramatic.
Okay.
Is there
Yeah.
unless there's a consequence? Like, it could be that this is a consequence. Here's one way to make that.
You know what it is? Yeah, it's. But what it is, it's not. I'm not the second. This is unlike me. I'm doing pro bono work for an old friend who's found himself in legal troubles, or like criminal law, or something like that. I don't.
Okay.
Like maybe like someone from school, or you know, like
Sure.
sibling or cousin or something like that.
Okay. Okay, so let's say, yeah, maybe a cousin. How about?
Okay.
Okay, because here's the thing. Your curse, we said, is related to your family.
Okay, so it's an estranged cousin. So I'm helping an estranged cousin.
Okay.
I need to find some time to do that.
Okay, so then phrase that into a dramatic hook. You should meet with the estranged cousin.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because remember, it's going to be something that can't overwhelm it can't be the whole session that's about the thing. It's
right.
just
Well, instead of meet with, because that takes away from the house, how about complete the legal work?
no, because okay, Brent, think of you should finish, you should reveal, you should tell, you should visit. It's a dramatic hook. What do you think the drama comes from that?
The deadline. So I should meet the estranged cousin.
Okay, so
by late afternoon.
He's being arraigned. How about later this afternoon?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, that's fucking cool. Yeah, because then there's a challenge. Okay. Okay, so you've met here probably about noon. You've got a couple of hours before this arraignment happens, but like you got to be in court for this cousin, and it's not something you're billing. It's a it's a favor for a family. Is that
right?
What you were saying?
Right.
Love it. Okay, which is gonna be great because that puts you at odds with this other one. I'm trying to blow these fuckers off.
Right. I figured I could make money today. Do this because this is, obviously some kind of bullshit job. How long are they gonna walk around this house for anyway?
Okay. All right, guys. So when you walk in the door for this, what you find first, the door, Thomas unlocks the door, and you can see that the lock has been replaced, but it is a very, very old door. Still, like the door has that like wooden, kind of colonial quality to it. Chunk, it unlocks, and you push the door open, and whew, it stinks in here. There's a stagnant kind of like stink of something. Something is maybe rotting in here.
Ooh, what is that? Oh, you guys smell that? How could anyone live here? Oh.
Yeah, maybe we should open a couple windows.
Okay. What you see before you is that there is a long corridor that seems to lead all the way down. On your left side, there are 3 doors. On your right, there are double doors with glass panes in them that seem to look in on a living room. And there is another door on the far right that is likewise closed. And it looks like there might be stairs leading up at the end. What do you guys do? There's the living room on your right, and there are other doors on your left.
Let's investigate this main floor here.
All right.
So where are you going first?
We do.
The living room?
Okay. So you open the double doors and push them open. You can see that it contains relatively new and kind of up-to-date, appliances and such. This is clearly something that is likely furnished. It's based on everything being so new. There's a television in here, but there are some things that seem. I think Dr. Boyd, you're the one who likely notices this. Which of you has the highest? What is it? Reason?
My reason is 0.
No, perception. Who's at the highest perception?
2.
1.
1? Okay, so Thomas, you step in, and the thing that seems out of place here, maybe this is just your eye for design, but it looks like there are a number of crucifixes that have been put up in here.
Is the family, do I know if the family is devout or...
You know, I think you, Brent, know about as much as Thomas does right now.
But like the family, hasn't he been working for this family for a long time?
No, but that's not who was living here.
Oh, okay.
And they are not Catholic, no.
Okay. All right. Huh.
Otherwise, yeah, the sheer amount of Catholic paraphernalia. There's pictures of the Virgin Mary set up in here, and they don't seem to match up with the rest of the decor to your eye, Thomas. You can see from here it leads directly forward, further into the house. There is the dining room, and then beyond that is the kitchen. There are it's an open kind of floor plan leading all the way down in there. The dining room has a long mahogany table with a built-in sideboard, 7 chairs set up in it. There are 3 place settings that are in there, unused, and you can identify the smell. There is in a serving tray or serving kind of dish, rice that rots within. You can see in the kitchen beyond. Kitchen has completely up-to-date stove. There's a some new cabinets set up in here as well. And what you can see, let's see here, Nick, I think you may be the one who may notice this, but there are droppings that are around on the floor as well.
Ooh, like rat or mouse?
Yeah. Tell me how you guys move through here.
Well, Nick is going to move to the kitchen and start rooting around in the drawers and the cupboards looking for a plastic bag or something to put this rotten rice into.
So one thing I should mention as well, guys, is that the lights are not working. So I'm assuming that Nick for sure would have had some kind of flashlight or something with him, just given his...
Yeah, absolutely.
I
He's
guess
been lots of dark places.
I can't really do much to help because I don't really know what I'm doing. So what I'll do is I will like open the curtains and that type of thing.
So you open the curtains a little bit, yeah, and there's a bunch of dust that comes, but because of where this place is situated between the two buildings, it's very, very dark in here. Now, this is a modern game, so all of you do have cell phones on you, and everyone has the Light app on it, I'm assuming. So you could make use of that as a very limited flashlight if you choose, but it's not going to give you nearly as much as what... Nick, do you have like a cop flashlight kind of thing?
Yeah, like I'm picturing, one of those, thick black handle, pretty tough ones.
Yep. So Marcus and I don't want to speak for your characters, but Marcus and Tom, are you just kind of like you're not going to trip on anything or whatnot? It's just that it's really difficult to make out what's going on in here.
What I'm gonna do is phone like an electrician or a repair company that I say there's no light.
So you bring out your phone and Jesus, it's not working. Screen's dead.
Reception? Okay, I'm gonna go outside and see if there's better reception. I'm gonna see if I can get someone to come in and repair this.
So Thomas says, what do you say to leave these guys behind?
All right. I'll let you guys conduct your investigation. I'm gonna see if I can get someone to come repair the lights.
Okay. So you step outside, and his footfalls on the kind of the hardwood floor echo through the whole open area between the living room, the dining room, and the kitchen. Coke, 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 coke. And he walks outside, leaving the two of you behind. What do you guys do? Nick, you've got your flashlight looking around.
Yeah, like I said, I'm looking for like a plastic bag or a garbage bag or something like that.
Yeah, you can find something like that.
Okay, I'll go back to the... I think was it in the dining room where the rice was left?
Yep.
So he captures a photo of the rotten rice with his disposable camera, and then he is going to pick it up and throw it into this plastic bag and tie it shut.
Okay.
And go look around the kitchen, whatever, for a trash bin or something to put it in.
Okay. You can probably find one as well, too. Oh,
Yeah.
Jesus. It's not been emptied.
Is there a door? Is there a back door here in the kitchen area?
There is not a back door. If you look out, there is a door leading out of here, but it's to the main hall, and there isn't another door leading out of the house. There's only the door at the front. What you do see is there is a door that's just slightly ajar. There's a door leading down to the basement, and there's stairs, wooden stairs leading up to the second floor.
Okay, well, I'm just going to take the garbage and the rotten rice bag and go back to the front door and just throw them out on the patio for now.
Okay. Marcus, what are you doing while all this is happening?
I'm going to ask Nick if I can borrow his flashlight to look for another, like a lighter or a something in the drawers while he steps outside.
Sure. So let's
see if they have like if they
something else. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
A little like a keychain flashlight or something. Anything would be useful.
Yeah.
Nick reluctantly hands over his flashlight.
Okay. And you walk outside. So Thomas, you get outside and you see it. Thomas has had to walk basically all the way back to the car in order to finally actually make a call. And the let's see here.
I take a picture of Thomas standing at the car talking on his cell phone while I'm out there.
Yeah, one of your disposable things.
It look like I'm slacking. That's fine.
So inside, You don't know any advantages that would apply to whether something would be in there or not, right? I don't think so. No. Okay. I think that if you're searching around, like what you're in the darkness of the kitchen, you're rooting around trying to find some stuff, and you hear a creak from somewhere behind you. When Nick looked outside to look for a back way out, he left the door to the hallway out. The creak comes from outside of there. And you think maybe somewhere near the back.
So I sort of turn and look down and kind of close the drawer I was working on and I'm sort of stepping carefully to try to avoid making a lot of noise myself.
Sure.
Probably not succeeding at that because that doesn't seem like a skill Marcus would have.
Okay.
But sort of step around and then kind of not so much like step into the room, but sort of peer around the corner almost.
So you can peer around the corner, and the door, or there is the window that's behind there still has the curtains drawn, so it's very, very dark back there. But you can see there is like I said, a wooden staircase that leads up. If you're looking in there, and it's on the left, and those wooden stairs, they have the look of, I mean, you would, if you stepped on those, they would for sure announce your arrival. And as you're looking, you can hear kind of a from somewhere beyond your view up that staircase.
So I don't think Marcus is much of a praying man, but he sort of thinks, instead of thinking a prayer, he thinks no atheists in foxholes.
Yep.
And sort of steps around to kind of shine the flashlight up.
Okay. You shine the flashlight up, and there's nothing there, but it continues to wind up. To get a better vantage, you're going to have to go further up the stairs. You spare a look back, and you see the doors are open. Nick is just stepping out with the garbage right now, and you can see from this vantage, very, very far away, seemingly, Thomas is framed in the doorway on the phone with someone. You look back up that stairs. You hear another creak, again out of sight.
Is there is there like a door at the top of the stairs that I can't see through?
You're going to have to stand up the stairs further to be able to look around it. It kind of has a dog leg as it goes up.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then I'll start up the stairs again, kind of trying to be quiet, trying not to make a lot of noise.
Okay.
You hear from where are you going with my flashlight?
I don't think you see this, actually.
No?
No. So you are going up. The other thing, too, so it's a horror adventure, so we need to have, like, I think Charlie needs to be a little bit dialed down, just a scooch, because undercutting tension constantly is going to undercut the mood that we're all trying to go for here. So,
Okay. Sure.
Marcus, you're looking up, and you can see that there is a door at the top there. And it's silhouetted. This big old door is silhouetted with the spotlight of the flashlight. But this close, you're really just, it's just the circle of light that you can see, and there's a bit of motion you see just on the edge of the light, and you move it up, and the whole ceiling is carpeted with those same moths.
Mm-hmm.
They're moving as if breathing, their wings moving just a little bit. And then you hear Nick shout in. What was it you said about
where are you going with my flashlight? It wasn't meant to be a comedy thing. It's
No. And that's fine. Just I thought I'd just make sure we're all on the same page with what's, the mood
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
needs. Yeah, because
it's more that I think it's more that Nick doesn't necessarily trust Dr. Boyd
for sure
as being on his side as this is fake right now.
Okay.
Like he thinks maybe Dr. Boyd believes in the hauntedness.
At that shout, I think, Marcus, you turn, and then it's all these maws suddenly are filling this thing. I need you to give me, I think what you're going to need is to avoid falling here. This is so you're otherwise going to fall back and suffer harm of some kind. So I'll let you avoid harm if you want to.
All right.
Okay.
Reflexes. No any modifier?
I'm giving you no modifier now.
Okay. Hey.
So what do we see? Because he would have
So
gone
I
ass
think-
over tea kettle down the staircase otherwise.
Yeah, Marcus, he sort of it's like he's falling backwards, but then sort of at the last second he kind of shifts a bit and he gets his back against the wall and just sort of, it's not particularly graceful, but it's more like a slide down the stairs instead of completely going over backwards. And
Okay.
he sort of gets to the bottom, realizes he's still holding the flashlight after all of this, and he kind of points it up again to see if they're still there.
Okay, so you get to the bottom. Nick, you're kind of coming back in the house at this point. You see Marcus or Dr. Boyd, get to the bottom of the stairs, and he's shining up in there. They're all gone. There's nothing there. Just blackness. So, Nick, you see him walking. You see that he sort of kind of stumbled back in the hallway, and he's flashing the light back up there. What do you say as you...
Guys, I thought you were looking for another light, and I'll go to reach for my flashlight back from him.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'll hand the flashlight over and say, "Did you I slipped. Did you see anything weird when I slipped?"
No? I saw you clumsily falling down the stairs there.
At least it
This
wasn't
place-
on camera, right?
Is this place getting to you? And he shines the flashlight in Dr. Boyd's face.
It was a rough flight,
Now, let's...
and I'm not really suited for field work, to be honest.
Okay.
Nick, that's not my specialty.
Thomas, let's do this. I'm going to ask you to make... And in the game, you're the player. You ultimately always get to decide what you're doing until something triggers for me. But I think what I'd like to do is frame your research that your people are doing as an investigate move.
Okay.
Okay? So what you're going to do is click on Reason, unless you've got some other advantage you want to call in. I don't know if there is or not. I just let's see which one is this here. No, it's engaging combat. Okay, so
You know what? No, I think it's just.
okay,
I'm
So,
not really calling it a
here's
favor
Brent.
of anyone in particular. It's just.
I've got as the handouts. These are the moves that we're rolling on.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're rolling on investigate. So go ahead and give us a investigate check. 16, awesome. So you see the list of questions there. How can I find out more about what I'm investigating? What's my gut feeling about what I'm investigating? Is there anything weird in what I'm investigating? So first, I'm going to give you all the information that has come up. Then you can ask me those questions, okay?
Okay.
Do you see how we figured out that result?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's what your research found. This is why you spent so much time outside. What you found out is that, let's see here. So you found out, first off, that in 2009, another family moved in here, immediately fell prey to illness. In 2014, the oldest brother went mad and killed himself with a kitchen knife, and then the family moved out and sold the house. 2017 is when the Petersons purchased this residence, or at least Charlotte did. You also find... Oh, information. Here we go. In 1935, this house was built by a merchant and then sold to someone.
Did the merchant live in the house or just build it?
The merchant built the house, but then immediately fell ill and sold it to someone named Walter Corbett, Esquire, another lawyer. So that's 1935 is when that happened. 1952, Walter Corbett was apparently sued by his neighbors who petitioned him to leave the area in consequence of his habits and inauspicious demeanor. And that's actually a quote that they got
And that's
from
1955?
1952.
Sorry, two.
And then the only thing they find with respect to that is that in 1966, there's his obituary, and it indicates that he was still living in the same place.
No, not the house, but whatever.
The house where you guys are investigating right now.
Oh, I thought he was evicted by your petition to...
They sued. They sued too.
Okay.
Apparently they were unsuccessful. Because when he died, 14 years later, he was still living there.
And he died in house. Okay.
Let's see here. In the law courts, here, the Hall of Records, civil court search of Walter Corbett shows that the executor of his will was someone named Reverend Michael Thomas, a pastor of something called the Chapel of Contemplation and Church of Our Lord, Granter of Secrets. And the register of the churches, let's see here, notes the closure of the chapel in 2012. And I think that's everything that you've learned thus far about the house. Yeah.
Okay, I got shorthanded notes for that, so...
Okay. Then what you were also able to do is ask me 2 questions. How can I find more about what I'm investigating? What is my gut feeling about what I'm investigating? Is there anything weird about what I'm investigating, or anything else you can think of? So what 2 questions do you have for me?
Let's go with the first 2 then. I guess, first of all, what is my gut feeling about what I'm investigating?
Your gut feeling is, well, I mean, how do you feel right now, knowing that this place was built by someone, and then they got sick right away, sold it to this other person who seemed to be unliked by his neighbors, and that he seemed to be a devotee of this strange church.
It is creepy, and it's creepy that a suicide was in there. It's definitely, I can see where all these rumors are coming from, and my gut is it's kind of weird for the Petersons to buy this place. It's kind of, I don't know, uncouth or sort of tacky for them to buy a house that there was a, suicide in. They might have, they could probably have harmed the property value. I don't know.
It's a weird purchase in general.
Avoided this property.
You're absolutely right. What your gut is telling you about this being a strange purchase is definitely the case. Like, looking at this house, who the hell would want to live here? What you can canvass with your suspicions with your colleagues, because Peterson gave them a reason for it. But yeah, you're looking at this like, why the hell would you, like, looking at the office buildings on the side, like, why would you not just demolish this and sell the lot and develop something here? That's what his family does.
I mean, is it in a super awesome location somehow, or? It's
like, if what you want to do is live in downtown Boston and have a house with a backyard and a front yard, yeah, it's not a bad place. But like, look at where the place is. It's between 2 office buildings, shrouded by them, and it's this shitty, dilapidated old place. Like,
and they bought it for the son, right?
It's Sanderson, it's his wife Charlotte, who purchased the house, and they've been renting it out since they purchased it in 2017.
Oh, yeah, that's weird. Like, they could have demolished and put in nice condos and rented those out.
Yeah.
Or, apartment. Okay.
So the things that you may want to, that I think could investigate, for one, this chapel, or let me get the name, the Chapel of Contemplation and Church of Our Lord, Granter of Secrets. You've heard that Charlotte's into some really esoteric stuff. I mean, you're assuming that's why Dr. Boyd is here in the first place. But there is a... maybe if you're learning more about her, may be of assistance. You know, the old saying in criminal law, or at least criminal investigation, about cui bono, who profits? Why would she want to have this house? And the other thing is church records. Churches have to keep their records as well too with civil authorities. Maybe if you conducted a search in relation to those records, you may find more information.
Okay.
So with that, you got all that information. You arrange for the the electrician. You finally get through. You're starting to make your way back in. And as you're walking up towards the house, your eye is caught by something in the window. And you look up, and you can see motion with the curtains. Like, did something look out at you, and then are the guys upstairs already? That's weird. And you kind of walk back in time for when... Nick has now met up with Dr. Boyd again. Dr. Boyd, you're talking to Nick. And Thomas, you walk back in again. And you see they're
both on the main floor?
Both on the main floor.
That does send a shiverish down my... I'm like... I have to sort of do like this stop, pause, like double take as I like... Oh. Were you guys just... upstairs?
No. We're right here.
It's okay. I just thought I saw something. Probably nothing.
Okay. So, Nick, you guys are all back together, assuming that Tom joins you at the end of the hallway. What do you guys want to do next? On your right, from where you're standing, is a door leading down. On the left is a hallway that arcs up and to the left.
Well, we could look for the fuse box if might be a good starting point to see if we can get some light. It might be a bit for the electrician to come, but I'm assuming it'd probably be like a few hour wait or something like that, or so. Yeah. Bob, if you don't mind me running, should I just run with that, Kevin? We got a couple hours before the electrician gets here.
Yeah, it's going to be a few hours. I mean, I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get someone out today. It may be tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, we can check the fuse box.
Got a limited amount of time here before it gets dark, so let's see if we can get the fuse box working. Otherwise, especially with those office towers by here, it's going to get darker in here quick.
Okay.
Sure.
So, if you're looking around in the kitchen, the fuse box doesn't appear to be in here.
Maybe it's in the basement.
Is there a basement?
There is a basement.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, let's check the basement.
So you make your way down to the basement.
Nick will stop them on the stairs. I'm assuming he's leading because he's got the flashlight.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he says to them, now to be clear here, I'm fairly certain that there is some kind of toxic mold syndrome going on in this place. And if you see any mold, I want you guys to hold your breath, take a couple steps back, show me where it is. I'll get a sample of it. But be careful. And then he'll continue down the stairs.
Okay. So after he says that, he takes about 2 more steps, and the stairs give way, and you fall. So you're going to suffer harm, unless you avoid harm here.
Avoid harm.
Oh!
Bro, that's a bad roll.
So you're slow to react, or you made a bad judgment. Perhaps you didn't.
I think he's just finishing his story about the mold when he steps one more step and...
Yep. And I think... Okay, let's see
Kev,
here. Yeah.
Was this a good point to roll the daredevil, or do I just...
You would have had to have rolled that beforehand.
Okay.
But you can do that next.
And how long do those?
Well, hold
those
on. Let's do this.
advantages-
You know what? Let's let you. Where's Daredevil here? Well, you didn't know that you were entering a dangerous situation, so let's go ahead and roll perception.
Okay. So in general, is that do you tell me when to roll this, or do I sort of choose?
No, you choose. You choose. Moves are almost in this game. It's almost always you guys who decides. I get to make moves like the one I just did. But,
and then these edges I get, they're good for the scene type thing.
they are good for the scene. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. And then they sort of refresh. Okay, I think I get it.
Okay.
All right. So what do I roll? Perception.
Yep.
Where's
That's how
my
you do.
Perception. 2. So
Maybe
it
you can
is-
catch him.
All right. Oh, that's why, because that's covered. Okay.
12. Okay. Choose 2 edges, and you may spend them anytime during the move. So edges are keep your eyes open, discover a threat before it discovers you, get out of the way, avoid an attack, or get the jump on them, harm your opponents before they can react. I think
I'll take 2.
I think it'll take you both to see it and then react before he gets hurt. Because you're not helping your... This allows you to protect yourself. I'm going to make you spend 2 edges to have it affect someone else.
Okay.
Unless you're just trying to save yourself. In which case, you'll be fine.
Like, no, never mind.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
no, I'll yeah, no. I'm
Sure,
not
so
gonna-
then, in light of that, what do we see, guys? Nick, you would have gone
Um,
ass over tea kettle down these stairs.
But just as he goes to step on the rotted wood, I notice that it looks like it's gonna give away, and I grab his arm and go, wait.
Okay, and
Well, you
you...
grab his backpack. And
Oh yeah,
hold
his
him up by his
backpack. And I pull it back and like,
Yeah, and I think you
Don't
see it give
there.
way. Like, it kind of cracks. You don't fall, Nick, but you... Whoa! What do you guys do?
Holy shit! This place is a death trap. Is there any way to continue past the broken hole?
So it's only one step. There's another step down, and if you sort of, gingerly test it, that
Yeah.
one seems to be... Yeah, that one seems to be good. And I'm assuming you're doing the same thing, kind of, crab walking
like
down
every
the stairs.
step is now super cautious. Yeah.
Yep. The rest of them seem to be in place. And you seem
and
to
I'm
be...
thinking, how'd you rent this place out with not getting sued?
So as you get... That is true. Dr. Boyd and Thomas, are you joining Nick in the basement?
Yeah, I guess we're all. He's the dude with the flashlight, so.
Okay.
And Kev, to be clear, once my head is level with the stair that broke out, I'm shining my flashlight all around to see if it's like molded out or destroyed by fungus or something. Like the things that I'm imagining are affecting people in this house.
Yeah, for sure. So you're looking around and know, like, there's definitely every step that you take is casting up more and more dust. So you can picture there's like every time you move that flashlight back and forth, it's a beam of bright light in otherwise blackness that's filled with all those particulates that are drifting around, and you're looking around in each way. There's wooden walls on each side here as well too, and there's a smaller structure that's been built into.
Nick's gonna pull his sort of undershirt that's underneath his buttoned-up shirt, and sort of do one of these like over the nose like this while he's looking around down here.
Okay. So you guys, you make your way around here. There's a small second, like I said, like a second room. There's a bunch of stuff that's you're carefully having to like flash. Or what you're having to do is kind of flash the light on the ground to try and watch where you're going, because there's detritus and there's there's basically the junk that you would imagine a family storing in a basement. It's down here, and this is a marked contrast to how that first floor was set up. The basement seems to have had very little attention paid to it, and as a result of that, Dr. Boyd and Thomas, as you guys get your way down too, you're having to be very, very careful with where you go. You check that side room, and what you find is that there's an empty storage bin in there that likely was once used for coal, and there's a coal chute that's been sealed up on the side. So this place was, it's got to date back to a time before the, before it was had heating or central heating in it. And you look over, and then there's the fuse box.
Oh, great.
So you make your way over towards it.
I sort of shine the light at Thomas and then shine the light at the box, like indicating, like, do you know what you're doing here?
Well, I have a house, so I open the fuse box, flip the switches back and forth, see if there's just to set the breaker.
Looks like some of the fuses have been burned out.
All right. Yeah, that's beyond anything I know. That's what we'll need a electrician for before we get any further with the lights.
Okay.
Great. Glad we came down here.
Marcus, as the lights sort of being cast all over the place as well too, as Nick is talking and kind of like flashing it back and forth and whatnot, you could swear that you saw a moth somewhere down here.
So I think I'm gonna ask Nick, say, while we're down here, why don't we look around, see if there's anything else, and kind of ask him to kind of point the flashlight in the different corners and around the ground, and maybe even at the ceiling in here and see.
Sure. So you're shining them around. Dr. Void, what's going through your mind right now anyway?
So I am wondering, kind of, part of it is that I'm wondering because I think obviously whatever symbol is on the moths, and the moths themselves probably are something that appears in my nightmares regularly. And I'm starting to wonder, I think the biggest thing I'm wondering is if I am at that point of falling asleep for 5 seconds and waking up, or if I'm totally awake, because I haven't slept in a couple days, and it's hard to tell the difference at this point.
Okay. So you get Nick to carefully sort of look around, and there's rafters on the top in here as well too, that go right into the walls. And you're carefully looking around. It's so dark down here too. There's no little lights that lead in. This is a full-on cellar where there's no other things out. So it's pitch blackness in these areas until you get your lights up on them. Then you go up on one, and you're looking in a corner and looking down, looking up on another, and you go up, and this is only Dr. Boyd who sees this. You're looking up, and then what slowly sort of lowers down from the darkness is an ashen child's face. Looks like maybe 7 years old, and it's tough to tell if it's a boy or a girl because its hair is completely gone. And it's as if it's somehow lying in the crevice between the two rafters. And even worse, its eyes are completely cast in shadow. And you see this for a split second as he kind of runs the light over it, and then it goes back and starts flashing up again. What do you do? Would that be something that would trigger the stability for you? Or would you be prepared for it?
I was wondering if it would trigger. I think it would trigger both stability and see through the illusion, because one of the things with that is when you suffer a shock. And yes. I think that would be shocking enough to kind of
so let's do this.
Kind of
so take the stability. Yeah. So you lose another stability, and what do you think? What do you think that stability manifests as? Is just more fear? Or?
Definitely, it's more fear. We're down in the depths now, and if there's something upstairs, it could easily have moved into the first floor or anything like that. And I know that this, right, because I think it's I have that sort of I've got that that weird whisper thing, and that's definitely rare enough that it's like, oh, this is not just like
Yeah.
a little bit of this is not like the paranoia. This is more than that, and I'm just kind of starting to embrace that.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so then why don't you give us a soul check to see through the illusion?
All right.
Come on. 13. Interesting. You see reality, but you are affected. You also affect the illusion. So I choose something senses you, or the illusion tears around you. Okay. What you can see now, too, is... And how do you think you perceive this? Do you see it in light, or does it enter some kind of weird, like, strangely illuminated dream kind of space, or...
Maybe there's... So, the flashlight passes over the spot, and I sort of point... I sort of say, wait, go back, and... or not even... No. I don't even say that. I just saw the thing, and then as Nick kind of flashes the flashlight around, there's like something mirrored on the ground, and there's just a little bit of light that is cast back up to that same spot.
Sure.
From the flashlight.
And you look up, and what you can see is this thing in its full horrific glory. And as it moves down, you can see that it has like, a child's upper body. Its arms come down, little kid's hands kind of grab the side, but as its big, kid belly kind of goes down, you realize that it distends out into almost like a silkworm, kind of like sickly gray pale thing. And you think you can see inside there's this liquid, and there's these tiny little like legs kind of kicking up against it, but the body falls down, and it moves along, and you can see that there is disgusting sickly webs moving up and down the corridor here, or the rafters. And you realize as well, too, hearing from around, these rafters are full of these things. So and you can see every one of them now, too, Marcus. They all look down. And you realize that on the wall that you're facing, they have cast this webbing all across it. The same silky strands, and it's not like a spider web. It's like it's closer to like a cocoon of some kind. And looking at it, they all, wordlessly, these children, all kind of, or whatever these things are, look at you still with black hollow, sockets where their eyes should be. And they open their mouths, and you can see they're calling out, but it's not like a sound that you could ever describe. But they're calling to something else. And you can see the webbing pushes. And something is unsettling in your stomach. Something is behind that cocoon. And when you look down now, you can see from where the Nick's light hits that fallen kind of little bit of broken mirror that originally looked up, one centipede, a second one comes up, coming through the cracks in the wooden floor here. And as he moves, Nick doesn't see any of this, right? He's still looking up. Thomas is still carefully walking behind. How does Dr. Boyd react to all of this now that when you slam back into reality?
So I think Dr. Boyd ought to roll keep it together to try to keep it together.
Okay.
Otherwise, might not keep it together.
Okay.
And I have a modifier because I'm so stressed out too.
Ooh. So 9. The strain is too much for your mind to handle. I choose your reaction. So it's either cower powerlessly in the threat's place, panic with no control of your actions, suffer emotional trauma, or suffer life-changing trauma.
So I do, before you choose, I think, get 1 stability back because I learned about the occult.
Oh, yes, you're on a -1 then.
One of my advantages helps with that.
Okay.
But then things are going to get worse for me, obviously.
Well, I think that that at least in this situation, whatever those things were lurking in the rafters, they're not a threat to you.
Yeah.
Whatever is cocooned behind that most assuredly is. And I think that what you're going to do is, what do you think is more appropriate for it? Would he go screaming, running out, or would he start shouting at one of these guys?
I think he would. Yeah, I think shouting, and it's sort of like when Nick or Thomas had mentioned we should, we don't need to be down here. Let's go.
So he's screaming like a maniac right now, like at top of his lungs. He's like, and you don't know, Nick, this is coming out of nowhere for you.
Yeah. I think we could add like sort of a visual thing from, almost like the movie scene here where like Nick takes out his, disposable camera, excuse me, and he snaps a pic of Marcus freaking out. And it's like in the illuminated flash of the room, sort of all of the... Nick doesn't see it, of course, but all the horror that you just described is like re-illuminated behind Marcus for the instant of the flash.
Yeah.
And then, the room goes back to darkness.
You grab one of these two. Which one? Who do you grab, Thomas or Nick?
Thomas goes to grab him to go like, are you okay?
Okay, so Marcus, you grab him and you're like, he's just not getting this. You've got to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
Are you okay,
so
dude?
Marcus is kind of, he like grabs on, and it's Marcus is not like a big tough dude, but I think it's like that kind of crazed strength where you can feel him digging into your shoulders, Thomas, as he holds on, and he's still shouting about, we got to get out of here right now.
Okay, we're going out here. Let's move up.
Okay.
So we'll go back to the stair. I'm gonna help him up so he doesn't slip on the stairs because they're especially with that one broken stair.
Yeah, I'll shine the light ahead of you so you can see.
So yeah, you shine the light, and then I will help him up the stairs.
Okay.
And just trying to like.
So you're shining that too.
And going, hey, it's okay.
And as this is, so you two are going up. You very carefully make your way past that fallen step. Nick, you're illuminating this. Nick, your phone is buzzing. And you're standing at the base, right in blackness, other than what is illuminated by your, by the flashlight. But somewhere, you drop your phone.
I put it in my backpack. Yeah. Oh yeah.
You can feel it.
Definitely go back and look for it around on the floor.
You can hear it.
And Marcus is still shouting, we have to get out of here, but he adds in, Nick, you have to get out of here, mixed in with the wheeze.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming. I just got to get my phone.
So you make your way over.
That's okay. I'll get you. We'll meet you outside.
Okay. So you get up there. Nick, you can hear it down there. It's got to be on the surface. And you're flashing around, and God, there's so many bugs down here now. And then you see it, and there's like centipedes skittering across this. You gonna grab it?
I'll take the sleeve of my shirt and kind of put my hand inside of it and kind of whip it around to try and whip the bugs off of it.
Okay, so you whip the bugs off of it. That seems to work.
And I'll quickly grab it.
As you grab it out of the blackness, another hand grabs you. You can try and avoid it if you want to avoid harm.
Yeah, of course.
14. Ooh, you avoid the worst of it. So what I think happens is whatever grabs you, you yank away, but you lose your balance and kind of fall back, and you're sitting on your butt. What do you do?
I think that can I see the hand? Or did I just feel it?
You saw it come out.
Me
you could flash your light up and try and see what grabbed you, or you can try and make your way, get up and try and get the hell out of here.
I'm gonna shine my light around to look for any kind of like broom stick, hockey stick, tennis racket,
So you're looking
any type
away from
of
wherever that thing is?
like like trying to find something to like a weapon, anything, any tool, any like he doesn't care. He'll grab the first thing he sees if it's a.
If you're looking away, you're not running, you're not going away. You're gonna take 2 stability with what's about to happen. You can try and keep it together if you like.
Sure.
Okay.
Might as well.
Because footsteps are coming towards you in the blackness. You can clearly hear them. Nice. So you grit your teeth and stay the course. You're looking around, and yes, you can see a broom.
Yeah, he grabs the broom, and he as he goes to grab the broom, he's sort of got like the flashlight along the broom handle, and he's holding it out, and he's, "Who's there?" He'll yell and shine the light, and sort of use the broom to create distance between them.
Okay, and you're looking. There's no one down there. You hear creaking.
Is my phone still sitting on the ground?
Your phone is. You got it. You actually grabbed it. It's in.
Oh, I actually got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I run up the stairs.
Okay.
And
so you turn. And when you go past the one that's open, maybe you saw something. Maybe you didn't. The one that was broken, but you get up to the top. You can see Marcus and Thomas are outside at the far end of the hallway. But goddamn, was this hallway always this long? What are you doing?
Actually, when I get to the top of the stairs, I'm going to close the door to the basement.
Yep.
And use the broom that I'm holding to try and sort of like jam it in there to like jam the door shut.
Okay, you can try and do something like that. You're not sure.
I know. I'm not saying it's going to work, but I'm just saying like he's like
for sure.
That's what he's doing. He's like jamming the broom in there, and then he's continuing down the long hallway.
So you race down the hallway. We find the 3 of you outside, moving away from the house. And let's see here. I think, Thomas, you have the highest stability right now. I think as you guys are... What do we see, first off? Like, what is Marcus doing right now? Thomas seems to be trying to help him along, but what is Marcus' state of mind?
Marcus is more than a little kind of... Even he's stopped shouting at this point, but he's kind of whispering it now. Like he's, in that unsettling kind of repetitive way of, we got to get out of here. We got to, Thomas and Nick, you'll have to go back for him to get him. And, we're Nick. And we have to now that we got to go. We got to get out of here.
Marcus?
Let's go to my car and we'll just, we're going. So
Marcus?
it's okay. We'll grab a coffee.
Would you kindly give me a 2d20 roll? I want you to roll against your repressed memories.
2d10?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
15. Awesome. So you've kept them down. Thomas, you move him over towards the car. You guys are outside of the gate. The gate is open. Nick, am I right in thinking that you go racing along and through the open gate up to the car?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. When you guys look back...
And then
Oh, go ahead. Denny?
I was going to say, as soon as he gets to the car, he'll be checking his phone to see who was calling or what the messages were.
Okay. There is the same message over and over and over again. Same number. Run, 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 run. Marcus and Tom, you guys are back at the car now. You're all standing in the late afternoon sun. It's not cold per se. It's not super warm, but it feels really fucking cold even out in the open like this.
Is this like a business day, like the other office buildings would be open and stuff?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So Marcus is going to say to Tom, I need to use the bathroom. Let's go
Here, let's go grab a let's take a break. Let's go grab a coffee. I know a coffee place nearby. We'll
No,
offer
I
my
need to go now.
Okay. So you guys are easily led away to a local, like a Starbucks or something like that. Marcus, what do we see after you get there?
Marcus is doing the bowing before the porcelain throne and throwing up everything that he's eaten in the last while.
Yeah. Okay, so you're slammed in there. Thomas and Nick, you guys are outside of the in the Starbucks. Marcus has gone in. What are you guys doing?
Well, I'm just sort of waiting for. I'm sort of concerned about him.
Did you see anything at the house, Tom? I think that Marcus might be extra susceptible to that toxic mold. He was acting crazy.
Something triggered him. I think what we should do is, I look at my watch because I got somewhere else to be too, and I know what I said, but we should, maybe call it for a day. Something's really, upset him, and we'll have an electrician tomorrow. I think maybe we just need to give Dr. Boyd some time before we go back.
Nick, you feel someone suddenly grab your shoulder. How do you react?
Jumpy, turn quickly and sort of, pull away and
It's looks like it's a couple of 20 somethings. It's like, oh, sorry. You're behind the curtain, aren't you?
Yeah. Hi. Always nice to meet fans.
I think I'm going to spend one of my hold as well too. These are young people. I think you should probably try and hit them up for if not.
Yeah, totally.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
So he's going to start, trying to sway the conversation over towards drugs.
You have Tom standing next to you as well too.
Well, he's actually trying to in a code way, figure out if Thomas has maybe got some drugs or connect.
Sure.
Like he's even pulling Thomas into it, 100%.
Okay.
You wouldn't know anywhere a guy could.
Well, let's do this.
Score.
Let's make an influence other roll. Let's just allow it to see how the dice treats us here. I think my move is going to expose you to some risk here, but I'd sooner do an influence than.
Ooh.
So how do you think this plays out?
I don't know. You tell me, Brent. Do you think Thomas has connections to the drug world at all, or do you think it's these kids?
I think he has a wide circle, so he knows people. It's not his personal habit, and
so maybe I'm starting to ask these kids, and you sort of clue in
to the people who. Yeah, he's not going to be receptive to your offer. He thinks you.
No, but I think that I think you see where I'm going with the conversation with these kids, and you're this is my client's, someone I'm responsible for. So you're sort of I think I can hook you up. Don't, or cut it out with these kids. Don't ask these kids for drugs. I'll, steer you in the right direction. Kind of thing.
Do you want weed or cocaine?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So that the impression you leave with the kids is still great. They're just all over this crazy manic energy that you've got, and Tom, you sort of figured out what he's trying to get, and how do you've got him sorted then?
This is not the place for that.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
All right. Well, I can put you in contact with someone.
That's all I need, man. That's it. Just a number, a name.
Yeah, I will see what I can do.
So,
all right, thanks, guys. And he gives them some like stickers or buttons or something that he's got in his backpack.
okay. As you go in your backpack, I think as well too, what we see is you pull something out, and there is a centipede that crawls out.
Whoa! I'll like jump and drop it
Okay.
on the ground.
Inside, we see Marcus, on his, if not squatting down, then on his knees, kind of sweating, pale. What does he do?
He sort of stands back up and, goes to flush it and kind of clean himself up as much as he can. Run some water in the sink and try to, splash it on his face.
Okay. As you splash it in your face, where do you think you have your cell phone?
Just in one of the front pockets of my pants.
Okay. So you lean in and you hear it kind of hit against the porcelain of the basin, the wash basin, and you remember, like, shit, you never ended up sending that message to Rachel. Nick started acting like such a lunatic, in the seat next to you, and then suddenly you were here.
And it pulls out the phone and kind of turns it on and checks that it's, because I think he probably, when everybody else was checking their electronics, he probably checked it just reflexively in the house.
Yep.
And sees that it's working again, presumably.
So yeah, it's back on and working again. Although you're looking at you go open up your email app, you open up the drafts. Thank God it saved the draft that you're writing. But what you see is that there's what you wrote, and there's like a bunch of spaces and dots down. You sort of scroll down this, and what you can see is, gets to the bottom. You don't remember typing this, but it's about half of a page down, and it reads Ezekiah Hart with an E. And you're looking at this, and like, when the hell did you didn't type that in there? And the light starts flickering in here. That kind of like fluorescent flickering.
Mm-hmm.
You look up, and while there is the cover to the light still there, tens of moths fluttering around on the far side of the light. How do you react?
So I'm going to do my best to kind of keep it together again.
Sure.
Yeah, why don't I roll keep it together again to see. Okay.
Okay. So you get one condition. What do you think?
Um,
One of them is haunted by the experience at another time.
yeah. But I think now this is not because I was sort of angry before, and that not angry, I was scared before, and I'm not really, like, I'm still on edge and a little paranoid about stuff, but I know that we're a little ways away from the house, and the thing in the wall that was being formed, and the spider webs and all that, and all the baby things. So I'm not really scared anymore, but I'm just because I'm thinking about it, I'm just completely kind of overcome with guilt, and with feeling like I've kind of betrayed Rachel by, like, not telling her for so long, and kind of the white lies and the attempt to try to cover up for all this stuff, and feeling like I've and especially because she would sort of otherwise be my, like, connection back to the real world when this stuff happened, but I'm sort of realizing that I'm, kind of, it all hits at once, just, how manipulative and underhanded Marcus has been towards her expecting that, you know, things will be all right eventually. And if they're not all right eventually, then what's he going to do?
Yeah. So what does he do?
So he opens up the phone's camera thing and he doesn't even snap the picture, just sort of holds it up towards the light to see if the moths appear on the screen at all. And yeah, he kind of looks at it for a second and puts it back down.
And then as soon as you do that, the light kind of goes to normal.
Yep. So he again kind of tries to brush water on his face, runs his fingers through his hair.
And as you're about to go away too, you can see that there's a bit of a light, green light flashing on your phone. You received a message.
Yeah, he's going to look at that before going outside to meet with Tom and Nick.
And I'm picturing that this is from a text chain that you just chose not to erase ever before. So probably the last couple of texts are probably not the most pleasant ones. Mm-hmm. But there is a new text one in this. And it's Rachel. Did you land? Question mark. And we'll cut out to the rest of you guys. So Nick has finished up. Arlen, you can tell us when Dr. Boyd rejoins everyone, and then if something's happened while he's something else has happened in the washroom. But Thomas and Nick, you guys can tell that he's been in there for quite a while, you know. And Tom, it's getting pretty fucking close to the time that you got to meet with your cousin, your distant cousin there.
Okay, so I sort of start checking my watch more often. You're like, let me just go check on him. So I'm gonna go to the bathroom and just knock on the stall and make sure he's okay.
Okay.
He's probably standing out in the kind of open area in front of the sink, looking at his phone, and he's kind of half-heartedly typing at it. He's trying to figure out a way to say that doesn't sound completely ridiculous. Like, yeah, the plans changed and I got in a day early, because he had told her that he was coming tomorrow.
Oh, okay, I forgot about that. Sorry.
Oh, no. I think it's great if she knows. Okay. If she has somehow, you know, maybe she knows somebody who works for Peterson or something like that, and if you want, it can just be instead that she texted. I forgot about that, to be honest. It could have just been like ready for the flight. Okay, yeah. Well, that's okay. That's a lot easier to deal with right now. So yeah, he's just saying like, "Yep, all packed, ready to go tomorrow. I'll see you soon."
Okay.
And kind of looks up when Tom walks in.
And then you hear the knock at the bathroom door. I'm picturing it's one of those, like, you know, small coffee shop ones where it's like one person in at once.
Yeah.
So you've been in here on your own the whole time. You hear the knock at the door, and then Tom, what do you say?
Are you all right in there?
Yeah, just, you know, better now.
What we're gonna do is, you know, let's just take a break from the house. There's not much we can do. It's gonna get dark soon, so we'll just go back tomorrow when with the electrician, and I'll be in touch in the morning.
I have some business to deal with in the morning, but maybe in the afternoon we can.
Sure, that works. I'll talk to you tomorrow, and we can set up a time.
Okay.
Okay. Hope you're feeling better. And then I sort of like scramble away, and then
okay.
I'll let Nick sort of know the same thing. Say, hey, you know what? I don't think we're going to get anything else done today. We'll just meet up tomorrow.
You got that name though, right?
Yeah, you know what? I will, I'll send you a text.
Okay.
You know, I'll just, I'll write a name down on
so you grab the marker that the barista uses to mark up the thing. You quickly scribble down a cell phone number, hand it over to Nick, and you race out. Quickly, you know, I think in the interim, you've probably called an Uber for yourself. So car shows up. You leaving Nick and Dr. Boyd. What do we see as you like? How are you looking as you walk over to rejoin Nick?
Definitely, he didn't look great before, but he looks worse now. Right? Probably not as bad as he looked down in the cellar. But he definitely, in the kind of cold light of day, it's, everyone in the coffee shop can tell that this is a guy who hasn't slept in like 3 days. He's, looking really ragged.
Okay.
I can't remember if I figured out that Nick was a druggie or not, but I was kind of assuming that I could probably at some point put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah, I think you did figure that out, and I think that Nick also dropped the... I think... Jeff, am I right? He did figure that out?
I think he had some idea, but I don't know that it's been spelled out specifically to Marcus yet.
Okay.
But I think Marcus is in a place. Marcus will... he's sort of... not used to how this thing is done, and they're standing outside, and he's sort of in a sort of weird whisper because they're standing at like normal standing, but he's gonna ask for like, do you know where I could get like sleeping pills or something?
Yeah, have I got the thing for you? And he pulls out the little paper with the guy's number
Okay.
on it that Thomas just gave him.
So we cut to a car pulling up in front of the whatever the Boston courthouse is. I don't know. And you hop out, and like, Tom Boy, you're running pretty. Like, you got to get in and see him. He's supposed to be arraigned pretty quickly. So you get into this. You walk into the courthouse, and you can see that there's a bunch of people in like orange jumpsuits in this busy courtroom, and a lawyer is already speaking at the podium, and there's a there's the person in the dock with the orange jumpsuit, and the judge is asking for what their plea is and stuff like that. And you can see your cousin over there, your cousin Paul, and he kind of like panically looks at you and is like, "What are you doing?" What do you think Paul was charged with? What kind of offense here?
Assault and drunken
Okay.
and disorderly behavior.
Okay. Definitely from the sketchier side of the family for sure.
The estranged side of the family.
Okay. So then they, you go and you sit down with the rest of the lawyers. You wait for, there's maybe 2 other people who are called beforehand, and then they call his name. Paul Harte. Harte. And you stand up, and of course this is your cousin. He's from the Harte side of your family. And you make your way up to the podium, and you introduce yourself. And that's that. He is pleading not guilty. He's going to require a certain amount of bail. You can choose to pay that for him if you'd like, or get a bond. I don't know. For those listening at home, I have no idea if Massachusetts is a jurisdiction where they allow bonds or bail bondsmen or things like that. But who would help us with this is fucking George. Not Straighten, but Flowers. And George could help us with this. Where are you, George? I need our U.S. criminal attorney. Advisor. So anyway, you're able to get him bailed out if you choose to. Like, either you're fronting the money for it because he's got no money. What do you think, Tom?
You know what? For my aunt and uncle's sake, I will bail them out. But I'm like, I'm just doing this for aunt and uncle.
Well, you get
don't screw this up.
Get bail money back if they're found not guilty or something like that. I don't know much about the court system.
So long, the money does get back. Yeah, I think there's a service fee on it as well too, but you do get most of the money back. Yeah, if you're going, you can post bond yourself and ignore a bail bondsman, and then you don't have to worry about paying any processing fees or any shit like that. You also don't have bounty hunters coming after you if you skip out. Or you can just pay directly. It's just that normally people can't pay, $10,000 or $50,000 or whatever. So you certainly are of means to be able to pay that, Thomas. So if you just pay it directly, we maybe cut to you waiting outside, and Paul, comes walking out. What do you think Paul looks like? Is he kind of a scrapper like you?
Yeah, but not as well dressed.
Definitely not. He walks out and he's still in the ripped kind of clothes that he was arrested in before. And he kind of stands on the courtroom steps and shouts out, "I'm free!" And everyone kind of looks at him and looks back at you. And then he kind of stumbles
Not
down.
over yet.
"Ah, Tommy!" And he gives you a big hug. "Ah, you're the best." Oh.
Okay, well let's go grab a coffee and we'll tell you what what we're gonna have to do.
All right. So you start walking down, and what you do not see as you're walking, well, I guess, Tom, you sort of, we see you walk away, and you feel kind of a chill, Jesus, that runs down your spine. And I'd like you to give me a keep it together check.
All right.
Please. And I'll tell you what is going to play out here if you fail. Amazing. Yeah. So you walk down and you feel a kind of like a chill go down your spine. You look back. You're trying to figure out what the hell am I... It's weird. You felt like someone was looking at you. And then Paul's like, "Are we going? Come on, coffee. Let's go get coffee. Let's go for a drink. Come on."
Drink's what got you into this in the first place.
Well, you know, you can't get more in trouble. Come on. I got you to back me up now. Let's go.
Yeah, I've got a lot riding on this, that a lot of money that I want to get back.
You walk down and you walk away, and as you guys leave the courtroom, what we see is that near the steps, you see there's people moving up and down, but the camera seems to focus on one figure. And it is someone, probably a man just from the size of this, who's wearing like a stained gray trench coat and some kind of like, I'm not sure if it's a hoodie or whatnot underneath it, pulled up over him. Likewise, filthy and stained. Clearly, it's someone who's lived rough for quite some time. There is a small pan next to him with a couple coins in it. But if you're carefully looking, the coins are very, very old. And we can see one moth and a couple more begin landing on this figure. And this figure looks up, and all we can see is the gleam of the eyes. And the POV shot from there is that he's focused directly on Thomas walking away with Paul.
Ignorance is bliss.
We cut back to the what do you call it? A room, like a hotel room, at a decent, not like crazy upscale, but not, you know, terrible. It's a nice hotel room. Nick, you were sitting in here.
It's the mid one that the Petersons own.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Peterson Suites. What you can see, Nick, describe for us what you're like. What are you doing to unwind now that you finally got yourself some Coke?
Well, he's probably like, you know, busy editing all of his video that he did manage to get, and like, you know, starting to put together this video that he's making.
Yeah,
so he's, you know, cutting little, doing audio over some of the, you know, pictures he's got and some of the research he's done and that kind of stuff.
You got like a little, there's you know, a couple lines of Coke next to you on the.
Yeah, exactly. He's probably hits one, and then he's like, yeah, that's good, and then he's, you know, editing more.
So you're working away too, and what you, as you're editing down to you're sort of in a flow of this, you know, kind of pulling clips in, and you hit something by accident and everything collapses. Or maybe you just move your mouse into a position where, like, you know, when it all condenses everything.
Yeah.
And what you can see on your eyes, you're just, you don't know if you're drawn to it or you happen to be looking in the place at the right time, but you can see the folder that says Stephen on your desktop. And you're just looking at it. And I'm picturing you got headphones on listening as well, too. And you hear kind of a discordant with whatever music you're listening to, something that's offbeat. Doo, doo, doo. You kind of, what the fuck? Take your headphones off. I'm spending the last hold I have. You're doo, 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 doo. Sir, open up. Boston PD.
Okay.
And that's where we will leave things. So, all right. So, guys, that brings us to the end of our pickup session of Kult. Before we get into our usual outro, so this is our first time with you guys actually making characters for Kult and playing it through the first time, and with very little preparation time. What did you guys think of Kult?
Yeah, I like it.
I didn't realize there was a new edition. Actually, I was thinking the old like '90s game.
Yeah, no, it's only recently too. It was kickstarted a couple of years back, and they decided to make adopt this totally different Powered by the Apocalypse system instead of the one they had before, but very similar setting and whatnot, same sensibilities and whatnot. But it's yeah. What do you bring? You have not played a lot of these story type games. What did you think of the mechanics and how they sort of interacted with the game?
I think it was good. I think it flowed well. It really fits the sort of horror setting more than like more hard like standard mechanics do. Because then it would change things from more story, and then you wouldn't have that sort of horror feel. You get more into the tactical, which would sort of take it away from the mood. So I've got a question for you.
Yep.
Having run a bit of Dark Conspiracy and run quite a bit of Cthulhu. What do you think of say this, especially this compared to Cthulhu?
So there's one other one. I'll add one more into the list there too, because there's a game I ran recently called Vaesen. That is, it's a step closer to a traditional game away from this one. Not quite as abstract. You're not using moves and stuff. Of all of the ones I love all these games. I've had a lot of fun with Call of Cthulhu recently when I've run it. I haven't run Dark Conspiracy in a long time, but I'll bet you I'd hate the system, just because it's very much it's the system from Twilight 2000 with some horror stuff. So the setting and stuff is pretty cool in that. The mechanics would be awful to run now. I think my favorite of them, I don't know, like I can see reasons. This one or Vaesen are definitely at the top. I really love this game. I think this is, I love seeing how much I'm able to seed the narrative to you guys and to seed the negative consequences. It's cool. This game makes it obvious that it's fun to have shitty things happen to your characters, right? Or to put yourselves in shitty situations. It was, I don't know. I mean, I definitely prefer for horror. I'm totally with you that for horror, this and Vaesen, I definitely prefer to just straight Call of Cthulhu. Call of Cthulhu is a really fun game. My most fun thing I've had with it was with the Pulp Cthulhu, though, where it was more of an action with some horror in this. I think this one and Vaesen do a better job of giving specific character. They make it a personal horror kind of story as opposed to a story tale, like a horror tale that your characters are adventuring through.
Right, which is part of the reason too that I didn't say compare it to Deadlands or something like where it's got a horror element, but it's it's more like shoot 'em up.
I like how Arlen made use of see through the illusion or pierce the illusion or whatever it's called as well, where it's like this shitty thing is happening, but we'll make something positive of it. I definitely like the way that clues come in this by way of the investigate thing. I like that an awful lot of this is what it is, and expressly prompting the players to think, to ask, well, where do I go next? Because the trouble with a lot of investigative games is that it requires you, we talked about this before on the channel, but the way that investigations are supposed to go is like you get clues that will hopefully lead you to more clues until you find the answer you need. And it's just that's a different way of interfacing with the story from the way you play like D&D or you play like a lot of any of those other kind of fantasy kind of or even sci-fi sort of like more action-driven games. And I like that this one gives you the tools to say, look, maybe look at this, maybe look at that, which is helpful because something that, and I like the way it does it in a more dramatic way than, say, the gumshoe system does, where you're just spending points to automatically get clues. I like the the dynamism that comes from the dice rolls, where even on a shitty dice roll for investigate, you're still going to get all the basic information, but there's going to be a negative consequence. And in most cases, it's baked in to fail forward with it. So I definitely like that it keeps the investigation going and not like, fuck, I failed my library check. And I pushed it and I pissed off the librarian. God damn it. Jeez.
And I mean, from what I see from a starting character, your modifiers aren't, you're rolling a 2d10, and I'm adding, going anywhere from subtracting 2 to adding 2. So it leaves for, a lot of variation.
Yeah.
Does that go away as it advances, or is it
not
still...
really? You don't ever get into like superhuman. Like the game is more about like the personal. It's you charting the journey for your character more so than like you do get better. You can spend advancements into different things. It's kind of like
although the highest modifier you can get is a +4, which +4 on 2d10 is still averaging, right? 2d10 averages out at 10 or 11. So +4, 11 + 4 is a 15, which is a full success. 10 + 4 is only a 14, which is not even a full success. That's still just a partial.
Yeah.
Right. And you can still fail like fairly, you can still get as low as a 6. So you're.
When the game's kind of geared to give you to hit that mid-range more often than anything, where it's going to be some success, some setbacks to sort of, because that's what happens in the course of play of other RPGs too. It just sort of streamlines the averaged result of like some good, some bad. And
well, it's very much a powered by apocalypse ethos thing. There's this idea that story comes out of complication, right? That when you don't get all of what you wanted and something else happens that complicates what was happening, that's where the story is. So like I think I don't remember if it actually says in Apocalypse World, like don't prepare anything more than like a first scene to start with things. But that's basically sort of the logic of a lot of the Powered by the Apocalypse games. Like have an inciting incident and then just let everything else be, oh, you didn't make it? Well, there's something else that's going on that you didn't know about or that you weren't kind of fully aware of or that you didn't account for that is going to kind of complicate things. And now you're going to have to do this and kind of go back and forth.
The dramatic
hooks is really, it's a very
cool
different.
Go ahead.
Well, it's a very different ethos than a lot of kind of traditional mystery games, right? Because the sort of traditional mystery is really like tightly plotted and kind of intricately woven, and like the idea of like a Call of Cthulhu conspiracy game where there's like oh, there's all these different characters and here's how they relate to each other and here's who has stuff on who and here's what happens the first day and here's what happens the second day and here's what happens the third day and on and on and on. It's very different than that because it's so kind of like free form and it's that total, with a Call of Cthulhu mystery, you kind of always know what's going to happen on some level. That's sort of one of the flaws of the genre in a sense is that, we know, oh, this story ends with characters discovering something out of this world and going insane.
Yeah.
Versus this is we sort of know that is the end result, probably too, for these characters, the way that they have been set up. But the path there is a lot more freeform than it is in a lot of other mystery games.
Well, and I think the dramatic hooks that you guys offer too, I think that's a really, really interesting way of giving me stuff of like, okay, here's some side stuff that I want to see happen in this game. If we even with 3 players for a 4-hour session or 3-hour session, it was tough to touch on each of yours a little bit. And I don't think we did. We did trigger Marcus. You did get yours. Thomas, you got one of yours. Nick, did we get either of yours? I think you found a dealer, so I'd give you the person you could buy Coke from.
He definitely made progression towards both, but didn't necessarily.
So this would be the interesting thing is that Brent and Arlen, what would you like if we were to put a dramatic hook just as an example for Nick, what would be the thing you would want to see him do next session? It's a neat way of, because they come from you guys or from me. And it'd be neat to see you guys say, I mean, whatever. I don't know. You guys all got to witness what was going on. We have that one dramatic hook that Nick still has, so we would add another one to it.
Yeah.
And it's neat thinking that that's what your kind of encouraging the other players to explore this, to introduce stuff into the game that you're kind of interested in, right?
Well, and it helps with there's a lot of so within the kind of different RPG spheres, there's a lot of different buzzwords that get thrown around, but one of them has to do with this idea of stance, kind of pawn stance versus authorial stance versus actor stance are kind of some of the ones thrown around. Pawn stance being like I'm playing basically a chess game with one piece essentially,
Yep.
versus this game. I think that dramatic hook thing and a lot of the stuff that it does a really good job of putting you in that kind of authorial stance where it's the player's goal is not necessarily aligned with the character's goal, but it is aligned with interesting narrative, right? Your whole goal as a player, and you kind of have to do that to some degree with horror, because otherwise you would be like, oh, freaky thing happened, I'm out, I'm not going to keep investigating.
Yeah.
So you kind of always have to do a little bit of that. But I think Kult did a really good job this session of us getting into the the kind of goal of the player is creating an interesting narrative, which is very different than the goal of the character in the moment.
Yeah.
But ultimately makes for a really fun game session where we all had a memorable time.
Do you think it makes for a little bit more of a like a not a witness, but like a kind of like an audience to the actions of your player, as opposed to like it being an avatar of you to some degree?
Kind of. I think there's always a little bit of that with horror, with the idea of your control could kind of get taken away by like sanity loss in Call of Cthulhu, or by failing a keep it together roll in this game, something like that, that there's always an element of that. But I think there's really a sense of like, authors will talk about like, oh, I love this character, I can't believe the horrible things that I put them through, and I really, care for them a lot, but I'm doing all this horrible stuff to them. And I think it really captures that feel in a lot of ways, this sense of like I like Marcus and I care about him and I want him to succeed, but I'm also I'm not going to let Marcus run away from this terrible stuff before he's had a full-on view of it, right? That's very much how I'm thinking about this game.
Well, I'd like seeing you guys thinking as well too. Jeff, we're gonna hear from you in a second here, because you haven't had a chance to say anything. But I like how each of you not only set your specific dramatic hooks for it too, but like actively played that up in the game. It's the kind of thing that, and incentivizing it with XP, I think does a great job of, of the stuff that is the things that are interesting about. Like the show that I've seen most recently, that reminds me the most of, got me thinking of in a like a intro cult mindset was, I think it's called The Outsider. It's the HBO show based on a Stephen King novel, and it's involves like, a guy is charged with killing a child, and there's video of it, but there's also a video of him being in a different place at the same time. It's the same person, and that's this first sort of like off-putting thing, and then the story goes slowly from like normal to a little more fucked up, a little more fucked up, a little more fucked up, a little more fucked up. But as you're going along there, King always he does such a good job of giving you understanding who you're going through this story with. He's very transparent with like, oh, this is the character who likes X, or who cares about Y. I like that this game does that for you guys. So you have the things that are mundane bullshit things that you guys care about, and that you guys are intent on incorporating into the story. Whereas like Cthulhu, it's very easy to be just like, this whole story is going to be about us investigating this thing, and that's it. You having to go and attend for your buddies or your cousins, bail hearing, and you trying to track down your coke dealer, and you trying to figure out how you're going to, respond to this, your estranged wife. That's what gives it that breathing room where you're back in the normal again before we dive back into the fucked up and the weird, right?
Yeah, definitely. Well, and you also, I think the structure of the game does a really good job of providing kind of mysterious theme without almost even needing like a real mystery to be following. One of the things I was thinking when we were playing along is once we started making rolls and started having complications show up and all that sort of stuff, we almost didn't need like the house to have anything particular going on originally at all, because something would have happened based on the way our characters are broken inside all of them.
Yep.
Right, that would have totally driven forward, which was a really interesting, again, totally different than the kind of standard way that supernatural horror plots are done for our
and it's much closer to the sandbox style of play we have in like AD&D and some of the other sandbox games that we've played, right, in Ash.
Yep.
Where it's just because what I was doing is like this very quickly became like, this is something that you are doing. Like I say about the inciting event, this is something you guys are doing right now, but really what's the crux of the story of these three individuals is what's slowly being put into place and is moving as you guys are adding stuff, as you guys are taking actions, and as we're seeing complications come in.
And it's interesting too, like I know other people set your dramatic hooks, but I can think of like going forward, I don't have to put that much thought. I instantly know, what if I was making up for Thomas for next session, what his two dramatic hooks would be. It's just like he needs to do this and he needs to do this, and this is why he would go back to that fucked up house.
Yeah, well, and the thing is that's interesting is that you wouldn't choose your next dramatic hook. It would be Arlen or Jeff or myself who would pick it for you.
Yeah, well, and I totally get, but it's like I didn't. Yeah, it was easy to like sort of just like think off the top of my head. Why would this character?
Yeah.
I think that leads into what I would say about the game.
Yeah, what's up?
That I found this game was really good at making the game character driven, and exploring and understanding the characters just seemed to come out of it so easily. Like sort of what Brent was getting at there. Like I feel like I know Nick, Marcus, and Thomas better than games that not to pick on other systems, but like, Dungeons and Dragons even, or whatever, where you've played 20 sessions and it's like, I don't even know the characters as deep as I could explain and tell you motivations for these characters after 4 hours of play.
That's a very good
3
point.
hours of play.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
And also the way like the horror elements and that really flowed out of the characters. Like, going into this, there was a little hesitation about the YouTube thing and like the technology of it, but immediately like you spun that into like getting all these horror text messages, and this whole like his device that he's so connected to is like the element of horror. That's
and it's funny because like
and
I really forced myself to say yes to it because I'm like, no, fuck, you can make it work, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
I knew that I had to wait.
It worked great.
And it goes to the prep that you would go beforehand. Like, it definitely, if you like improvising as a DM, if you like kind of trying to grab shit together, like the thing, I'm sure you guys picked up on it too, but like the idea of how to tie Marcus's thing with Thomas's thing of being that like you've got that name of Ezekiah Hart and his family is married into the Harts. I was like, awesome. I don't know where this is going to go from here, but it's for fucking sure going to be his curse is going to tie into your fucking pact.
It really like it because of the structure of the game, it doesn't feel like you're missing anything the way that I feel like sometimes if you play, like if you've ever tried to run a mystery in a more trad game without kind of knowing all the details and trying to make shit up on the fly, especially as the GM, but I think even as a player, you can sometimes feel like, ooh, this doesn't, like the puzzle pieces aren't quite fitting quite right.
Yep.
Versus this, I assume that as the GM, it felt like it. Certainly as the player, it felt like because of the way that it's totally forces complication arises because of role type thing.
Yep.
The puzzle pieces are all just falling into place.
One, the way that you prep for this, I think, is the quantum ogre idea from OSR stuff, where I mean it's negatively used there, but where you've got an encounter. For those who aren't familiar with it listening at home, a quantum ogre is like players, whatever they end up doing, going left, right, up, down, whatever else, they're going to run into an ogre because you want to have an ogre encounter with them. So that ogre is going to show up one way or the other. In this, you don't. What I would do is same thing I do for a lot of other prep is just I have ideas, if I know sort of what's happening behind the scenes, I can just look for opportunities to introduce stuff, and that's what you do with this kind of game, right? Is you look for the opportunities to introduce the information that you want to communicate, right?
Or you could just have a list of like 15 weird things that the characters experience, and every time a character fails their role, you just cross one off the list and do that. And that could be like all of your prep, basically.
Yep.
It's just, here's the weird thing that you experience now.
So what did you make of the vision that you had?
The analytical part of my brain wanted to try to dissect the various symbolism elements, but then I decided that that's probably not where Marcus was headspace wise then, so I would try to hold back on that. Do that next session when Marcus is in a better place, not dead, hopefully. That was the wrong wording. But no, I really liked I really liked the way. I feel like I should have done that actually before, when you'd first done the whisper on the back of my neck, that I should have done like, oh, that's a shock. I should try to see through the illusion. Although retroactively, I'm kind of glad that I waited until we were in the basement.
Oh yeah,
down there, and that it was the sort of perfect moment for it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was great, and what a great opportunity to convey some information in a way more interesting way than it would have been had I been following along with a specific sort of the way the adventure communicates it. So, yeah. Any closing thoughts on what do you call it, on Kult, guys?
No, it was fun. I would, definitely do it again. If it works out too, Halloween's coming up, so yeah, it's a great month.
Very true. Arlen and Jeff, any closing thoughts?
Enjoyed it. Enjoyed the characters. Had a fun night.
Nice.
That's all you can ask for from a game, I think.
Absolutely. I guess one thing I'll ask you, Jeff, is this. So what got me to see this in a different light was our first session with City Heroes. Because City Heroes was pretty close to I think it has more elements of a traditional game than just a flat-out story game, and this has that as well. Particularly for combat, it feels much more like traditional combat with like a certain amount of hits and shit like that, as opposed to the abstracted stuff you get in Power by the Apocalypse or Masks or things like that, or games like that. So yeah, I mean, it definitely felt differently than what City of Mist did, but I thoroughly enjoyed this. I felt that. Were you guys scared? I should ask as well too. Were you scared for your characters?
I think that's sort of where you're talking about the sort of an avatar versus character, and I almost feel like when you're playing a horror versus something else, you almost have to really get inside the character to feel that horror, and not just look at it as sort of like as a third party moving someone around or going, what would this person think, but also sort of be really kind of emotionally invested, otherwise you don't get the horror. So yeah, it was sort of neat. You're sort of like on edge.
Nice. Arlen?
No, yeah, it was a lot of fun. Almost wouldn't be a Dungeon Musings horror game if Arlen's PC wasn't getting mentally abused. Because it happens so often.
Well, I mean, Nick almost broke his leg falling down the stairs.
That is true.
Yeah.
But I think the last time we played this, my character got mentally abused, and in Zweihander, my character, and just all the time.
Jesus.
My PC. Because,
I will consciously pick on someone else next time.
No, but it was a ton of fun. I really liked the kind of I liked it more than the last time we played it, and I think it had a lot to do with embracing the kind of improvisational element versus last time. One of the things I felt like was that because the complications are where the story is, if you have like a story that you're running through, it feels like, God damn it, we're not making any progress on this. And with this one, because I think it felt a lot kind of freer and more open, that it was like, oh no, it's not that we're not making any progress. We're just not making the progress we hoped to make.
Well, it's something similar to what, like Jeff, your comment about Night Below before too, right? Like the This type of game, it's the play, right? Like the whole point of this is to play and see what happens, as opposed to get towards a certain goal, right?
Right.
And that's what's in. It's interesting. Maybe that was, I hadn't thought about that as being a tension for when we ran Dracula Dossier, but I mean, it could, picking.
No, I think it was on my part at least.
Okay.
I don't know if it was for anybody else, but
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we thought it was more of a rail, like more of a more traditional game, and we didn't embrace the game like we did this time. I agree with that. It felt like we had a story we were driving towards more specifically last time we played, which is difficult to do in this game.
Yeah, in this game, when you have your average result is success with complication, or not all of what you wanted, or somehow you don't kind of make the progress that you expected to make. If you have an end goal in mind, I think because that's what I found playing Ironsworn, the solo sort of PBTA. It's kind of its own thing in some ways, wise, but that if you set an end goal, you have a lot of stuff in the way. If you're willing to just sort of like play along and see what happens, then it's totally fine, and you don't feel like you're not making any progress.
The thing that's funny about that is how much like that was an adventure from one of the Dracula Dossier products that we were playing, but the Dracula Dossier campaign itself is intended to be improvised. The whole thing is supposed to be improvised as you go, and just that adventure was not. So it may be, I'd said, oh, it wasn't a good marriage. I'll bet you it might work pretty well. And I love that campaign. So the idea of having, it would be an interesting mix to play, instead of playing the default Kult thing, playing a Dracula Dossier improvised campaign and seeing where things went. That might make for, you just got to set up a starting point for putting the characters, like you said, Arlen, put in an instigating event at the start of it, and then just see where the game goes from there. The Dracula Dossier book provides you more than enough assets for improvising as you go along, so it might be really, really, really interesting to try combining those two again.
Yeah.
Instead of the pre-gen.
And just to answer your fear question,
I
don't think that I felt a lot of fear for Nick, but like definitely a huge amount of tension pretty much all the time in his life. And
Awesome.
I actually liked how when he was sort of faced with the true terror in the basement, like his reaction was like he made two awesome rolls in a row where he avoided harm and steadied his thing, got the broom and sort of got himself out of there, because I like that about him, that it's like showed that in this case it was like he kind of kept it together, which was cool.
And I think that's a thing that again speaks to having dice, and it's fun sometimes, and like it sucks when the dice don't work out and you get more challenges and whatnot too, but when you do get those successes, like that's the shit that makes that aspect of it tense. It makes it an actual game.
Yeah, and I mean, I wouldn't have been upset, if he would have got killed in the basement there. It would have been just as an exciting of a twist or whatever, but he goes back for his phone and ends up dead. I mean, that's totally horror too. And I was happy with either one, but it was just cool that that's how it played out.
For sure. Yeah.
Sort of the disbeliever almost disbelieved the monster away is almost the way it played out.
Yeah.
By the time he got the broom turned around and the light back on.
So in answer to your Brent, your question from before, I think I like this one best. I think I like Vaesen a huge amount. It's beautiful. It's got a great structure to it. The guy that it's a great setting. But I think I like this better just because of the way that the game organizes what you're actually doing at the table, and the way the dice results work. Because the thing that was really unfortunate with the dice results with Vaesen was that Jeff's character, who was supposed to be kind of the badass we had one fight scene in it, and he got the shit kicked out of him just because of the way the dice worked in it, and the dice results in that particular game are a little punishing, and there's not really the sort of failing forward, and yeah, so I think even if for just that, and also the ways that this specifically makes it a personal horror, I think I like this. I still think Vaesen is a fantastic game, as is Call of Cthulhu. I think I like this best of the three.
You also, to be clear, took down Jeff's character with a roll of 3 6s on 76.
It is true. So, yeah. So,
There is some element of the crazy luck that happens when you roll dice involved in that sequence.
How is how is combat in this?
combat is through. So you have you can take up to 4 serious wounds and 1 critical wound, and it is you reaction. The focus is always on you guys. We take it in turns that makes sense for the fiction. So like if you guys would have had the drop on, like let's say you guys walk in an alleyway and you know someone's gonna break in a fight with some, I don't know, like some thugs. I'd probably let you guys go first if you were the ones who were the aggressors. If you weren't the aggressors, then I'd say, okay, everyone is taking 1 harm. And then you would roll avoid harm, and then we'd see what those consequences were there. And then there is one also that like taking an injury. So if they do suffer harm, like harm is it serves as a penalty to your dice roll, and then depending on what weapon you're doing, it gives you a bigger penalty on the resist injury check. So the thing that's cool about it is that it focuses solely on you guys, and I don't ever make any dice. I describe what happens, and then you guys just react to it on your characters through taking moves. And then like the action is, I think, is it engage in combat? I can't remember what the move is called.
It's roll plus violence, I remember, but I don't remember.
Yeah. Oh, engage in combat. It's called engage in combat. You make a roll, and then if you hit 15 or higher, you inflict damage to your opponent and avoid counterattacks. On a 10 to 14, you inflict damage, but at a cost. And then it's got minion rolls. Player characters can take those 4 plus, basically 5 hits before they're down. Although healing is a onerous thing in this. Like street thugs would have 1 harm. As soon as you inflict a harm on them, they're done. Okay. So it really dials according to the narrative tension. So, which is nice because you could have everything done in 1 dice roll. You know, if it's an inconsequential thing, we just do a cool narrative of what happens, and the players would be adding a lot of that in with describing what happens in engaged combat, and then we'd be out of it. But if you're fighting some fearsome, disgusting monster or something like that, it may have armor and it may have other things. You know, you may need to be adopting different techniques to try and fight this thing, or face these things. So,
I think
so. It sounds like it's very narrative.
Very narrative, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
I think from our experience last time, it is fair to say that despite the fact that there are combat rules, that's not really the focus of the system in a lot of ways. Certainly compared to it's, you're, especially when you run into supernatural horror things, you're not really expected to go toe to toe with them.
No, and violence is an end, or as a means rather, not an end, right?
Yeah.
Like it's the violence that happens in here is a means to other story.
Yep.
As opposed to, and honestly, what it reminds me of is a little bit is the way it worked in Witcher. Witcher was so fucking cool because, and God, we got to get that game back to the table too. That one, the way that the wounds work in that is that you end up with characters who are walking wounded. So the violence itself in Witcher, the violence is fun and is a great game mechanic itself. In this, violence is part of the story in the same way that anything else is part of the story. It's a scene where there's exchanging of things. You're not entering into a different game mechanic the way that you do in, say, D&D or, most other traditional games where there's a set of separate rules that you use that are fun. I mean, not meaning to take anything away from those games. I love those games. I love combat. But it's just that's not what this game is about. This game is about having tactical fights with deep ones or things like that.
You definitely don't get into pawn stance ever in this game.
No. No.
Well, I was wondering because I did another game that I haven't played for a while, but like all the storyteller systems would really draw you in, whether it was Scion or Mage or Vampire, and they were great until combat came up, and it was just painstaking, atrocious.
Yeah, and that's I think it's the story games. The thing that's interesting about them is they really seem to try and shake the wargaming roots of them to say like, look, we don't need a specific regimented set of things just for violence, and then also have story. We can make a game that is all of this stuff and subsumes that stuff into here. Now, it also means that you don't get to do some of that stuff. Like, I like how much tactical depth there is to like Pathfinder 2 or to AD&D or whatever. Like, I like those aspects of it, but for the type of story we're trying to tell with this, the violence doesn't need to be that detailed. We don't need to get out of it and get into a separate game. It'll be, you know.
Well, and there are some Powered by the Apocalypse games where one of the concepts with Powered by the Apocalypse is player characters influence the fiction through moves, right? Moves are not just a descriptor. They're sort of like, here's all the things that you can possibly do in the game as much as anything else. And sometimes there are player characters or like playbooks or stuff like that that just don't have violent options, right? That there are games where it's just not expected that you have any capacity to alter the fiction when violence is happening, which is a totally different ethos. Going back to this idea of a kind of totally different perspective, totally different ethos to the idea of like in a lot of trad games where it's here's the combat rules and every class has the particular way that they interact with combat, to say that like, no, if you're playing like the Hobbit character in Fellowship or something like that, you just don't really make a difference in a fight because that's not your character. Yeah.
All right. So we're keeping Jeff way past and Brent actually way past midnight. So let's make with our outro here. So for those listening at home who joined us for this special one shot of Kult, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you enjoyed our descent into terror. Whether we will see these heroes again, we'll see. I'd definitely revisit this story and see what horrible shit I can throw you guys into next time. I didn't quite break your character yet, Arlen, so we'll have to see for next time. As is always the case, if you have any comments, questions, or concerns regarding the game we played, the session, or anything else, please don't hesitate to leave a comment in the comment section of this video, and I will endeavor to reply in a timely fashion. While you're there, too, if you have not subscribed and you want to not miss any future episodes or sessions or whatnot that we have on the channel, be sure to click on subscribe and hit the bell icon. You can also find the schedule for the channel posted on the community tab of the Dungeon Musings YouTube channel. Schedule for the week every Sunday night I post there. I also post on the Dungeon Musings Discord server, which you can find a link to in the description of this video. You are welcome to join us there. And I post on Twitter. On Twitter, you can find me at Dungeon Musings, and you can reach me by email. My email address is dungeonmusings@gmail.com. Last thing I'll do is give a huge thank you to my players. We found ourselves down a bunch of players, and I was like, guys, this is what we're doing tonight. And like the amazing fucking trooper players they are, they said, sure, let's do it. So Jeff, Arlen, Brent, thank you so much for joining us tonight. And Brent, I know it's rare that you get a chance to jump in, so I'm glad that you enjoyed the session we were able to get you in on, too.
No, it's great. When you mentioned Call, I'm like, ooh, I haven't even thought about that since the 90s. So I'm glad to get the, have the opportunity, and I haven't had a lot of opportunity in game lately.
Brent, it is truly the spin doctors of the RPG world, where you probably haven't thought about them since the 1990s. Okay. So then, for those listening at home, once again, thank you so much for joining us. And thanks for everyone joining us in chat as well, too. That was great. And I promise to work on my Boston accent for next time as well, too. I'm sure I'll watch back to back, what is it? Not Talented Mr. Ripley. What's the film that he won the Academy Award for?
A Beautiful Mind?
No. What was the one?
Movies that won Academy Awards now, because I'm tired.
It was the one with him and Ben Affleck. Matt Damon played the kid who.
Good Will Hunting.
Good Will Hunting, yeah. Talented Mr. Ripley was a very different film.
The Town is Boston too.
Yeah, I'll rewatch The Town. I like that better than I've already forgotten the name of the other film. I'm not kidding. I've completely blanked it out. I don't want to watch that one again. All right, so for those listening at home, if you are joining us during the current crisis, we do hope that this finds you healthy, safe, and weathering the current crisis as well as can be expected. We hope that we've given you a couple of hours to turn your mind off of the troubles of our world and think about the troubles that our heroes keep getting themselves into. And until we see you again, happy gaming.